Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows doing another coding live stream. And we're just going to see how this goes today. Been a bit of a weird week. I had plans for around Labor Day weekend that have been canceled because of entire hotels going out of business, which I guess is just how things go these days. I gotta say I'm grateful I haven't gone away, given that people that I know and things I was going to do seem to be all about going away. Ooh, also, I have forgotten a thing. Here, let me fix this. Like having a little backdrop light there for having things not look too terrible. One of the things I'm considering, since big plans of mine fell through, I might reimagine them in the direction of like setting up my wood stove cam. As you can see, I have firewood for the winter. So as that comes on, we're going to start seeing more of it. And the question's going to become, what must I do to make these bi-weekly hangouts and doing stuff today, coding, more amusing for me and everybody else. And as you know, I do enjoy doing the wood stove cam when it starts getting colder around here and I start firing that up. It's nice to be able to put that on and people can sit by the fireside with me, virtually anyhow. Good morning, Chad. So what have I got in mind today? Well, previously, we did all these. So I've done pretty good as far as building up stuff for putting out. In fact, you might notice that there's a console X3 in there, and I hope to have that maybe done, if I'm lucky, before the holiday season. Oh, that's also the music that I had from a while back. I suppose one of the things that I could do is also, how's my volume? My volume levels are reasonable, but I could probably bump them up a hair. Just a moment. It's this little button that has to do with volume levels. And I can hit a button to make things go up some unspecified amount or go down some unspecified amount. And it's good enough for a live stream. So here's something I was thinking about. Have I updated the version of console with the graphics? Because that might be a good idea. Let's find out. Let's find out together. Because if not, well, I can start the day off doing that, and we'll see where it gets. I do have stuff also to do on the retro laptop here. And I'll do my best with it. There's a couple of ideas I'm looking at. And one of them is finishing up DRes 5. Because on Tuesday, I put a lot of work into this idea that I got from a conversation I was privy to, where, if you'll remember, I was talking about I was on the Surge Discord, and a guy was inventing something having to do with like wavelet compression, and it made a wild DRes-y kind of noise. Everybody thought he was very smart and stuff, and so it's like, oh wow, that's really cool. You should do that. Let's do that. Let's see what happens there. And I was like, oh, it's kind of like if I did this. And the response I got was, no, it's not like that at all. Which was kind of like, Chris, you idiot. What are you even speaking up for if you don't have a brain in your head to be able to think with? And I didn't like that, but I didn't say anything about it. Instead, I just quietly went, well, then I'll just go and make my own. And that's what I've done. And sure enough, it's nothing like the guy that said no was correct. What I had in mind was nothing like what I saw. But I made it happen anyhow, and that's half the fun. To the extent that all this is fun, and sometimes it is. Like, we're human beings, we get our fun in all kinds of fun ways. Like, I don't mind being spurred on into inventing something because somebody's remark wasn't polite enough for my taste. And honestly, that would be putting it strongly. It's just one of those guys who's a lot like me, but maybe younger, or hasn't been around the block or been beat up as many times, where they will say what they are thinking, and that's actually very, very valuable in almost every sense. The only sense it's not valuable is if you were feeling vulnerable or weak and you wanted to go, "Oh, hi, I'm here too," and you don't want to get a response back, which is like, "So? Maybe you shouldn't be here. Why don't you just go away?" I'm a little sensitive to that because I have a local friend, a personal friend who was falling prey to that kind of thinking a lot and isn't in a good way. And it's on my mind a little bit. But, one of the things about what I do and where I'm at is many things can go away or fail. Lots of people that I know might end up coming to bad ends, or that I'm not able to do anything to help. But I am still able to do things that are my own things to do. And people find those helpful or encouraging or inspiring, or anything that I do along those lines. If it brightens anybody's day, good enough for me. That's a big ask. That's something that a lot of people don't even want to do. So if I'm able to do that, that just seems very cool to me. Speaking of very cool to me, let's see whether we can find the code in here and compare it to, I guess I'm going to open up BB Edit. I'm warming up to chattering away for 6 hours because it's a live stream, and if you're doing a live stream, it's kind of good to be chattering away. People will find their way in here as I continue rolling. Not that I told anybody that I was doing this, though. I just started. So BB Edit, open. I'm not going to even worry about open recent. We're just going to go straight to here, in fact. Oh, but not that. No. I want to open this. So I should be able to see fairly quickly. And if not, I can open, hang on. I can open this and find out even more quickly. Here's the header file for the non-GUI version. So if I look down here and, oh, look at that. I think I can see already that I do not have this version of Console X3 updated. So that feels like a perfectly... I've already started fooling with Console X3 in the studio because I'm still working on this stuff, right? This thing that's going to end up being a stomp box. I've got several of the enclosures already made. I've got enclosures for an alternate version that's not going to end up being a thing because I did some more testing and I discovered that the combination of capacitors I had, the transistors that I had for one of the stomp box designs was kind of lacking. Like, it worked, but it was giving me a gain setting which seemed like it was less than the original guitar coming in. And while a buffer amp is a legitimate thing to have, I didn't like that very much. The idea like, oh, I'll do an entire stomp box and what it does is make things less loud and less able to overdrive. It's like, that didn't feel good. So I backed away from that. I explored the idea of using a different transistor. It's the, MS140, 170, something like that. The same transistor that's in some of the Zachary Vax stuff. That's a FET, and you can use it. I put it in my circuit, and I had to flip it around, and like sort of power it backwards to get it to work, which was weird, but okay. You know, whatever works. And that gave me a much higher gain, but sort of weird and blocky and heavy sounding thing, which some of my controls in the Stomp box were able to adapt to it. I shouldn't think so. Vampire Frog is asking me if I am a Terry Davis's cousin. Not as far as I know, man. I don't know who that is. Any case, one of the things I'm looking at, like literally right here, is that we've got various controls in here. You can see some of those are the same. God, excuse me. I am trying to drink coffee, which might be beyond my capacities today. We'll see. I do the best I can. I may or may not be able to drink coffee. So one of the things I'm observing here is that this is not updated. What I mean by that is we've got cabs 2 here, yes, but the elliptic blep anti-aliasing, which is not elliptic blep anti-aliasing, I'm calling it derivative BIP anti-aliasing. And it's barely anti-aliasing, but it's doing something useful that I'm clinging to. And in fact, that's one of the factors that went into last week's plugin. So running with this feels good. By the way, one of the things that I mean to do today, on top of this, is put a little more time into Channel X. There's some people who are excited for Channel X. One of my long-term live stream watchers, Jonathan, who sometimes shows up and sometimes does not, was actively interested in Channel X, and seeing as that's somebody whose name I recognize, I'm inclined to try to deliver for them. One of the things I'm wondering about is whether I can incorporate the particular processing that went into RetroBase that everybody's been enjoying. And again, it incorporates a particular kind of, and I believe this does what I'm thinking it does. It incorporates a particular kind of even harmonic generation that I don't believe I've done before, but it also incorporates this derivative BIP stuff. And the reason I call it derivative BIP rather than elliptic blep is because elliptic blep is a whole thing for actually solving aliasing. It really works. It's in a bunch of things, like it might already be in the Surge oscillators, but it's in a bunch of modern synth oscillators and stuff, and it's possible to generate stuff where the aliasing is really and truly solved. What I'm doing is not quite the same. What I'm doing is, can I make a behavior that acts kind of like that, but over a window of like one sample? And this is in line with my theorizing on how certain kinds of monitoring, like the way that Yamaha and S10s are good for mix check, and the way that I'm designing new speakers, which I may never be able to sell because they are too fragile, but I might be able to show people how to make them. I'm designing speakers that are even narrower of a time window than Yamaha and S10s are. Because they're a pretty narrow time window, but I can do better with a fairly similar lack of deep bass. Honestly, like what I built, it has its own characteristic sound. Arguably, it sounds even more mid-rangey and crappy than NS10s, but the maximum dynamic level that it can suddenly reach and then dissipate the energy and abruptly stop is way higher than NS10s in the frequency range in which it's working. So that's kind of exciting. But this derivative BIP stuff is very similar to that, in that it's about doing processing over a much narrower window than people bother with. So we're going to do a little maintenance. because we need to build this in. I am not currently choosing, and this could change, I'm not currently choosing to redesign the high pass and low pass filter to use retrobass. Like, I'm intending to do console RD, heavily using retrobass for its primary high passing. I'm not necessarily doing X3 that way. And I'll tell you why, because as good as that is going and as well as it's working for people, I'm not confident that's the only choice I want to go with. And the thing about Cabs 2, which is what I am working with in Console X3, Cabs 2 is a different approach. Cabs 2 is like my angle filter. And the way it works is, as you can see, it's got 29 poles available. That's what the little parentheses, the little brackets in the 29 there means. It goes up to nearly 29 poles. And when you do that, it produces a sort of resonance and sonority that feels very much like speaker cabinets. Whereas retrobass sounds like antique recordings. Different thing, separate different thing. I feel like there could very well be a use for having it sound more like speaker cabinets for some types of mixes. And you can always just instantiate retrobass and use that. Like, nothing is stopping you from including additional things in any of these consoles. You put them in the right place and you're good to go. I'm just saying, this part is the part that I need to build in, and that's going to involve some work here, but that's fine. Hard work never stopped me. I understand it stopped some people. I think one of the things that's going to happen, I continue to see the world under my feet change around wildly. And this is not only a matter of like a thing that I was going to go to being abruptly canceled because the hotel it was going to be hosted at went out of business with 2 days' notice. I kid you not, that just happened. And hey, Jonathan, I was just talking about you in the sense of we're going to work on Channel X a little bit today, so that'll be ready sooner. I'm not doing that right now, but I'm going to work on Channel X a little bit today. And with a bit of luck, it'll even be ready by the weekend. So if you're super hot for getting your hands on it, that could be arranged. It could be arranged for people who show up for me on these things. That's how that works. What I'm doing right now, however, is making the most current version of Console X3 work with the GUI version. I'm bringing that up to date. So let's see the things I need to do. Should be pretty straightforward. And to the extent that I'm able to chatter away, I will. If not, I'll probably grind to a halt from time to time. It's all good. So then we need to do that. And the next we start seeing something happening. I don't think anything in here that we see here is going to change, but we've got some specific stuff that's going to change. So here's a perfect example. Now I have to widen this window to make it fit nicely, but there we go. Here we see if plugin mode larger than 0.5, and we've got some stuff here, but it's supposed to use the aliasing stuff that I came up with. And again, this stuff might be contributing to why people are responding positively to retrobass. Honestly, I can have a quick look and find out. Give me a moment. We're going to go from here to over here, and I'm going to scroll down to R. And scroll back up. And if I open this up, and it has that BIP stuff in there, look, sure enough. Okay, so even though this is not simply odd harmonic saturation, it is even harmonic generation, but still it's doing the same thing that we're doing in this other stuff, in that it is applying the position, velocity, acceleration, jerk, and snap in tiny amounts in order to do this thing that I started to do. And if this is contributing to the sound of that effect, that's a darn good sign. There's more coming soon enough. There will be some of this coming in channel X, a couple of times over maybe. And then it's also coming in the update to Spiral, and the update to Spiral, namely Weave, which is the one I'm going to be using in Console RD. Interesting, Jonathan says there, there's an article about human variation in groove and tempo and what makes it sound human, deviations that follow a pattern. I would have to agree with that. That sounds very plausible to me. Meanwhile, let me do a little bit of my work while I talk. It's a subject that's very interesting to me, certainly. So if we do that, and then we are also going to have to scan down to the other place. Here's the double precision calculation. We need to do the same thing here. But we can. So that's all good. Boop. Let's make a little space and then scooch back up to where we were at before. So I just did the bus mode processing that goes in the front of the plugin. I'm also going to want to skip down and do the, and that is stereo, so good. We're looking at the AU, not the VST, which arguably might be a mistake, but if it is the stereo AU, I'm probably good. I don't think the VST is significantly different. The one that I don't want to be using is the mono AU, because the mono AU is not going to have all of my channels, and that would be unfortunate. So let's keep scrolling. So there's going to be a section here. See where it says Begin Weave? This is the plugin that I just did last week that's going to come out. But this is also going to be the guts of Console RD, really. So I'm using it as the overdrive stage in Console X3, and we're just going to run with that. I feel it does better than Tape Hack. And then we've got our third EQ stage. We've got the filters. Again, I'm not going to use retro bass for the high pass. I feel there's still a place for doing a high pass that acts more like a speaker cabinet. It's not going to do the same thing, but I think there's still a place for it. And then here's our final stage. If I scroll this down, I should be able to get to the same place. That red stuff means this is the part that's getting replaced. These variables don't exist. So the whole section is getting replaced. Funnily enough, what I'm replacing it with not only is cleaner and sharper sounding and more focused, but it is also less processing. So that's kind of nice. And then apparently we are doing the graphics before the final. Okay. No, I get that. the little window showing metering stuff is showing metering stuff on the plugin before the fader is applied. I think that's legit. Because if this was the bus version of the plugin, it would be the last thing. But if it's the channel version of the plugin, then you get to fade it but still see something on the meters for it. So that makes sense. We'll go with it. So back over to here. Engage plugin mode channel version. I'm going to copy that and replace this section. And then also right to the very bottom, this section. So got to do 2 of them each time. The VSTs that I make are able to do 32-bit bus, but also 64-bit bus, and that requires an entirely separate, well, technically it probably doesn't require entirely separate. Like the smart programmers who are now running around not actually doing their work because they're making Claude do it all for them, they all know ways of making wrappers and things and calling functions where you can have the same thing and you just call it in different contexts and it's overloaded. So if you call it with doubles, it runs doubles. And if you call it with floats, it runs floats and whatever. And that's not what I'm doing. I'm doing a simpler version of things. So with that, we have these things finished. And interestingly enough, these errors mean we can skip straight to where the replacement goes. Here's weave, and we're going to replace everything that says begin tapehack to end tapehack with begin weave, end weave. This is out of another version of Console X, so it's going to be using the same stuff that I use. Up to and including the fact that we are doing, see over here it says times equals Bezier more. And here we've just got it arranged slightly differently. It's boosting left and then right both by Bezier more, whereas this it's more channel by channel. There might be benefits to doing it channel by channel. It's a little hard to tell. You never can guess regarding optimizations. Optimizations, you have to try them and see what the thing actually does. But if we do that, then this is not going to have a problem. Oh, interesting. What's going on here? Because that implies it's also going to be the case so if I scroll this up, we might just see, aha, X already exists. In fact, it exists here as well. This shadow warning, why is it called weave? Because the original one was called spiral. And I was trying to think of what was more interesting or more complicated. A level upon spiral, which implies more than just a spiral. I felt like not simply extending it. And I also needed to find something that was not like a normal plugin named thing. Like you can't call the thing awesome distortion because somebody's already used that name, right? Anything related normally to audio or music production has already been used or will be used countless times over by people who are vibe coding their things. So I decided to name it something which probably isn't used. Certainly isn't used for distortion. And that's the key thing there. I could be wrong, in which case I may have to go and release a new version simply with a different name. But for now, I'm probably good. So what's going on here is as follows. See where it says X equals BezEQ? This is shadowing a local declaration. What that means is it is taking a name within this if statement that is already used elsewhere And maybe you meant to do that, or maybe it's a mistake. So it's bringing it to your attention. Now, I don't have a convenient way of changing that, nor should it actually matter, because if we declare another one inside this context, the context of within this if statement, it'll use this one and then throw it away, which is what it's supposed to do. But this newer version of Xcode is warning me about it. Wasn't actually that hard to find. But this newer version of Xcode will also allow me to rename those, and so I think perhaps I will do that. We'll try a cheeky little rename. I mean, given that I'm using X, I suppose I could simply use Y. Go with that. Let's give it a try. Why? Because it's a simple one-letter thing. And it's no longer shadowing the local variable, but this is. So let's do it with this one as well. It's local. It'll simply go away as soon as this if statement is exited. Oh, I had a space selected. I need to have that one character selected. Oh, I have the space selected again. It's giving me grief. Okay, now let's try it. There we go. We can get it to not throw warnings that are unnecessary. And having done that, I should be able to also replace the other section in the double precision version. And it'll build. Let's find out. Easy enough to find. Oh, look, we've got something else going on. Oh, no, those are only warnings. Those are warnings that have to do with like Pample Juice template stuff or simply stuff that I haven't used. Like plugin processor parameter gesture changed, I'm not using for anything. So it has a warning because there's an unused parameter in this stuff, which is just two brackets next to each other because this void has no code in it and doesn't do anything. No. What I want to do is go down here to where this is a section that must be replaced. Notice all the filter stuff in there, by the way. That is pretty well state-of-the-art TAPAC stuff that just ended up being darker than I liked. And it's serving the similar purpose to what the new thing does, which is try to suppress aliasing. This does imply that there could be a version of specifically TAPAC with this new code. Could be worth fooling with, just if in case anybody is madly in love with specifically TAPAC. But for now, boop. And this is my renamed variable, so it's not going to have any complaints there. And we're probably good to go. I'm going to just look it over a little bit. I know what it meant, what it needs to do. I have made it so that the BIP stuff here, rather than being left and right, I've just made an additional couple of channels, A and B. And those serve the same purposes as left and right, but for weave, rather than the primary processing. And I get to reuse the left and right versions of this for channel and bus processing because they're never both active at once. Yep. Yeah, so if I was to do a buffer manipulation, ambient soundscape, and tape style drone generation, I would want to know about that plugin and not use its name. It's kind of like the way that trademarks work, where if you are doing the functionally same thing, it is deeply uncool to step on the name. I'm pretty sure that I can just use it as a distortion style algorithm, because that does not replace the other thing. It's like, no, this is not the synth, or this is not whatever that is. There's going to be so much overlap on that stuff going forward, you're not going to believe it. We're going to have to start calling things by, like, this is Airwindows Weave, or this is Airwindows Dynamics. One of the reasons I pick names like Dynamics and number them is because there's no getting away from that stuff. You cannot pick like the guy, I've been talking with this guy a little bit on forums, the guy that did the Buzzcut clipper, the one where it had noise built into the sound, and I got an update of 80 clip off of it because I was able to do something which is not the same thing but was related. He's currently working on continuing to pursue his plugin. He's kind of vibing it, but he is really taking an interest in getting it to do specific things in specific ways, rather than just being led around by what users are demanding and what AI does for him. And that's a good sign. Like, that's the kind of person who should be getting involved in this kind of stuff, is he's trying to do specific things. And yeah, he stepped on somebody's name too. Buzzcut already existed as something else. And so he just went with, like, Buzzcut, the erosion clipper is the full name. People are just going to have larger and larger full names, or it always has to be associated with the name of the developer, like he's Lucid UK. So Lucid UK Buzzcut, rather than whatever the other one is, Buzzcut. And Airwindows Weave, that's a distortion. Whatever else, the pure magnetic weave, that's more of a soundscape thing. And that's just how things are going to go, because there's going to be just infinite quantities of everything. It's pretty wild. On the basis of infinite quantities of everything, last time this was built was 8/7/26. So let's give it a save. We'll close BB Edit because I don't need that to be open. And let's see if we can give this a build. If we can, the next time I go for using Console X3, it will have the updates that have gone into the standalone no GUI versions of them. And I like that. That's what I want to see. It does make me wonder a little bit as to whether I can optimize the metering, because it's essentially using the most current version of meter, but a moderately simplified form. And I do wonder whether I can incorporate, not necessarily, because there is not a lot of benefit to building the full Airwindows meter into every channel in the bus of a plugin. I'd like to do something that's a little more useful. I thought I had found an appropriate use for it, may or may not have. Meanwhile, what you can't see, but you can see it if I move it down a little bit, is it says building. And it's building the current version of Console X. What I was beginning to say earlier was I've already started using this kinda. Hey, succeeded. You built and succeeded. I think I can close this. We're probably good. I guess I could test it a little tiny bit. No harm in that. So you haven't heard this one very much. This was off of an old salvage computer that I had a long time ago. Track is from more than 10 years ago. And here is Console X3. I can set it to default, which makes it be the channel mode, but if I double click it, it'll go to bypass. If I double click that, it will engage tape, but then I can turn it back off again. And it should be drawing me pictures, which it is doing. The closer I get to a good balance, the more white I have in there. And we can make it be more distorted or expanded, or neither. And then we can turn it down and do the tape drive, except for I probably should be renaming that, finding out what I had it named in the most current version, because now you can do this. So that's a lot of gain. So there's clean, and then this is the amount of gain we can throw on. And that's really doing the thing that I had in mind, where with this new processing, when you go into the distortion, high frequency elements do not come forward or fall back. They sit exactly where they were, no matter how much more gain you put on. That's what I was after. Looks as if I've successfully got there. So that seems pretty cool. And then it'll all become a matter of like, what are you doing with all these controls when you do them? So let me see. So the last thing I just said was, are we still calling this tape drive? If not, that's worth a change. That's worth another build. So let's quit out of here. Let's shuffle this stuff around so that I can get back into console X3, which is here. Yeah, I'm looking at this whole interesting, complicated scenario around amplitudes these days. I continue to endorse use of it. I continue to endorse Sidara's for-pay synthesizer sign machine for certain purposes. Turns out you can do very good Hammond organ style things with it. So let's see, where were we at? I was running BB Edit, and I was opening the console X3H file, which is this. I copied stuff out of it in order to use it, but what I want to do is look at what I'm naming it. Looks like we are simply calling that more. Now the standalone has more as the label for the control, and then over on the right side where things like mode or whatever, the channel and bus, and then to the other side of it is mode. In this case, more, which is the name of the control, is simply labeled more, but the side note to it says tape, lowercase. And then pan and fader have units to those as well. And I'm assuming we're using this unit, but the key thing is we've renamed from tape drive because it's no longer specifically a tape saturation effect. Now it's just called more because it's distortion and overload and stuff, and it's basically just make stuff more. So let's see what we can do with that. That's like the final detail. And that's going to be either here or the other place. So I don't see names of things here, but I'm pretty sure the way I get that is up at the top of this file. In Pamplejuice, this is in C plugin processor, but it is up at the top of the file, and this is where we set these things. And here it's saying that that already is named more, but that's not what it was reading. So time for me to fix that, I'd say. Why is it not simply saying more when I told it to? Also, we've got this. This would look nice if it was working. Let's see whether there's another place that we set these names. How about plugin editor? Haha, haha. Okay, here's where it produces the names of these things. And we've already got this covered, so that's fine. There's the final change. And it looks to me like that ought to do it. I can peek back here to see if we have anything to pay attention to. Doesn't look like it. That looks about what I'm expecting to see. Back over to there. This is what it shows in the GUI. Threshold attack release and wet, input, channel bus, meter modes moving, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. So we'll save that change. And we'll set it to build once more. It's going to take the full time to build rather than quickly doing it because it's building again from scratch, but this time it's going to incorporate the new change. I don't understand what you mean by in theory you don't need it now that Steinberg is less strict about VST3 licensing. But that's okay. I'm obviously just failing to understand something. That's not the first time, won't be the last. It's amazing I'm able to function at all with all the derping around that I do. But derping around I may be, but we're building, and when I run this again, it should show me more rather than tape drive when I go and look a second time. And I will finish my cup of coffee. I don't think this is going to be a gulp 3 cups of coffee and go like mad day. We could. Do we feel like going super hard today? It could be amusing. I guess we'll find out. And we'll save that, and we should be done with that there, and we get to put this away. And I'm going to open that same thing. And then when I go and break, I think what I'll do is I'll put this on loop with the Airwindows meter showing so you can see what it does. No, that is actually not why I started using Pamplejuice. I started using Pamplejuice to be able to do GUI programming at all. I had tried some previous things and had never been able to make them work. Pamplejuice was the thing that I was able to make work. And it's about as simple as that, really. But it's a legitimate thought. Okay. Also, did I see a X3 bus that must be removed here? Yep, I'm going to have to clean that up. I am not going to have an X3 channel and bus and pre. That's from earlier. That's from lots earlier, in fact. This is the one I'm going to want. And sure enough, this is the state in which I left it. Here's the more control. And here's all of our various things. It might look as if that's broken, but it's not. Watch what it does. Or watch what it does when I get it. I bet I can hit space and make it play, right? Yep. Yeah, watch what it does when I actually can latch onto it. Twisted Wave is causing problems in this way. Boop. Make it small enough and it turns into 100% meter, which you can do this way and this way for every instance, whether it's doing a channel or a bus or a pre version of it. Light socks today, funnily enough. Maybe that is my tip that I shouldn't be making another cup of coffee. So yeah, it seems to be working so far, and this is the framework upon which I can build things like console RD, etc. going forward from there. But yeah, also in something like Reaper that can tell you what track you're on, it will do a single letter for the name of the track in this form, and draw the entire name of the track in this form. Meaning you can have it there and just click on one that is the thing that you want to edit, move it until you can see the controls, alter the controls, and put it back. Looking forward to that. Oh, a theory of mine, you're lobbying for more coffee, You're lobbying for more coffee? Well, we've got plenty to do. I'll tell you, I've got some fun researching things to do above and beyond updating Console X3 for the GUI, which is what I just did now, and doing the final details on Channel X. Namely, I'm quite interested in experimenting with something that I saw show up in Hacker News. People were talking about pseudo-random sources and XOR shift. And it made me think, I'm quite interested in setting up a customizable XOR shift that was triggerable. So it would be like a synthetic hi-hat sound following a similar behavior that the old Lindrum used to do. So that you can dial in custom noise sources that are failed noise sources which might have desirable tonal characteristics. Because you see, a pseudo-random generator, it can be very simple and run nice and fast, but the reason it's so fussy picking out the parameters to run them is because you set them up wrong and they stop being properly random. They start being cyclical. They start having other characteristics showing up. I'd like to experiment a little bit with what it would take to generate noise sources that sounded more like hi-hat symbols because they were insufficiently random noise sources. And I don't know anybody else who's doing that, so it's on to me to try to fool with it and see what I can make happen. It's going to take the form of attempting a plugin. So maybe it's a fine day to have another cup of coffee and get ready to go super hard on that in the retro coding stream. Because that is certainly something that I can do in the retro coding stream. And then we can just play with it and see what happens. So the other possibility there is to do something similar to the way that I am generating reverbs, which is write a program that does this particular processing and then evaluates it in every imaginable combination so that it can skip through a bunch of attempts and show me the ones that worked best. There's probably ways that I can do that. I'm less interested in it because I feel like there are fewer combinations in like an XOR random generator, XOR shift random generator, that has simply 3 parameters, each of which are like less than 32. There's bound to be a bunch of options in there which make interesting sounding noise sources, and I can build in a what I'm going to want to do is you're going to send this one trigger values. It'll be like if it was in VCV rack and you sent it the output of a trigger. You would send it just bursts of like 0 and then 1, and that would give you little windows, little gates of hi-hat style sound. And if I can do that, and it might be a neat idea to do a plugin to generate those same trigger values out of audio, because I've had an idea for another way to do that little... You know how I have a Motu 16A? And it's not the only one, but I have another older Motu that is not really working properly because it's just a smaller, more portable one, but it suffered some kind of problem which needs a firmware update where it's generating unpleasant noise. But these things have line inputs that are TRS inputs, and I have that little aluminum box that has a piezo element like glued to the inside. I've come up with a way of being able to do a piezo element that will produce balanced output. And now I'm interested in doing that. And now I'm interested in redesigning this little piezo box thing where it's just I'll sell them, but I would rather people made their own. The little aluminum box, I'm probably going to come up with a way of making it prettier. Like it can be a brushed aluminum box, but then I can sit it on some sandpaper and just twist it so that the part that you tap with your finger is like brushed aluminum, but in a sort of circular pattern. That would be kind of pretty. But I have started building that as a little piezo trigger with a guitar style output. But for people who have inputs that are like TRS inputs, that's the 1/4-inch guitar jack, but it's a stereo cable, and you can run balanced into it. I like the idea of setting it up with the piezo elements oriented in such a way that it's actually sending legitimately balanced outputs. So the way I'm going to do that is essentially get my piezo discs and solder wires to them, because that's necessary. And there's going to be a ground wire, yes. And then each of the piezo elements for the 2 elements will have a output, one of them going to the positive swing, one of them going to the negative swing. Which is which doesn't matter all that terribly much, but might be a fine idea to make it so that it swings positive when you tap down. The initial tap makes a positive spike. And then all you got to do to make this part work is glue the pieces of the piezo together, plate to plate, metal part to metal part. Super glue will probably do a fine job of doing that. Then you have like a 2-faced piezo thing, and it'll be kind of delicate, but you typically don't necessarily hard glue a piezo chip to the surface. Usually that's using double-sided tape. You could simply use double-sided tape to this now 2-faced disc, and particularly if it's like an aluminum box where you can't really deform it very much, but you're still getting a very strong signal out of it, you could have effectively the piezo disc be upside down and still double-sided tape it to the inside of the box using like 3M or whatever. there's a variety of stuff that'll work for that. At which point, you have your piezo disc that is attached to the inside of the little aluminum box. But then you've also got one that is inverted. So you're essentially producing vibration to the pair of discs that are like back to back there through the face of one of the discs, which is more fragile, so that's tricky and stuff. But since they're glued together back to back, they can only produce out of phase voltages. A wave that compresses one of them will expand the other. A wave that expands one of them will compress the other. That's balanced output. It might not match perfectly, but that is a piezo sensor that is legitimately balanced output. And I could get a little stereo connector for the tiny box, wire it up properly, and then plug it in, and you'd have your little piezo box. Which, the reason this is important is because there's a certain amount of hiss to these, and it's possible to do things like if I was using my Orbit Kick plugin. Orbit Kick generates like sine wave bass drops based on input coming in. So you can have it reinforced like a regular kick drum or whatever, but you could also plug this piezo box, tap it, and produce a kick drum out of that. If you were doing that, you could also be letting through dry, and you'd get some of the raw sound of tapping on the box with your finger. And it turns out that tapping on one of these boxes with your finger produces a really cool kick sound in a certain kind of way. It's just not what you'd call complete. Like, there's a very strong attack, and there is a lot of bass weight to it, and then there's these weird side effects, like you tap on the surface of the box, it would make a ginormous powerful thump. I ran it into my amp at one point when I was demonstrating that, and it's crazy the amount of kick drum sound you can make out of it. But then as your finger comes off of the box, that also makes a sound. And not all of those are desirable things, but the attack sound might very well be relevant in terms of playing this as an instrument. And the reason this is so interesting is because a lot of what I'm doing is about trying to make instruments for people who don't have anything else. And that's going to continue to become important. I just missed out on something that I was going to do in a few weeks' time, where I was really looking forward to it, but we can't do it because the hotel randomly and suddenly closed down with like 2 days' notice. All kinds of stuff is just going up in smoke. If I can make musical instrument stuff for people who would otherwise not have things, but if you're like in a closet somewhere, or like you're trapped in a room and all you've got is the laptop and like headphones, and maybe you're on a Raspberry Pi, but you're like, I want to make some music, and you have a piezo box like this or whatever, I want to make tools where you can go, okay, let me do music that is my true creative output. And using this, I can make a kick drum that moves with my finger tapping on this box. It's all having to happen over headphones because I am a prisoner or whatever it is that people are doing. And then here's another thing that can do a hi-hat, and that's a distinct, unique sound, and it's also going to follow your human timing very accurately because it's built out of the sounds that you're making. All of that kind of stuff. And that's one of the things I'm going to be fooling with, I think, this afternoon, is the hi-hat side of that, which will involve experimenting with noise sources. And then we'll figure out what else can be made out of it. But for now, I'm going to go, and as long as it is only noon, I'm going to make my other cup of coffee and finish up the tiny amount of additional coffee I have here. And we're going to put this onto loop, because you've not heard it very often. There we go. Set it to loop. And set it to meter. And I will be right back. Let me also start it properly. There we go. So I'll be right back. This is a track of mine that you have not heard much because I haven't done much with it. This is from old hard drives from over 10 years ago.
Now a rainbow's tale isn't quite as nice as the story we knew of sugar and spice, but a rainbow's easy once you get to know it with the help of the magic of a big sister ice. Where your fears and your horrors come true. In the Rainbow Factory, where not a single soul gets through. But a rainbow's easy once you get to know it with the help of the magic of a big sister ice. where not a single soul gets through. In the Rainbow Factory, where your fears and your horrors come true. In the Rainbow Factory, where not a single soul gets through. Now a rainbow's tale isn't quite as nice as the story we knew of sugar and spice, but a rainbow's easy once you get to know it with the help of the magic of a baker's disguise.
Could say that, sort of metal-heady. Looks like I was able to mix it fairly well considering how old it is.
In the Rainbow Factory, where your fears and your horrors come true. In the Rainbow Factory, where not a single soul gets through. In the Rainbow Factory, where your fears and your horrors come true. In the Rainbow Factory, where not a single soul gets through.
Yeah, that's from like 2012. Among the things I was doing back in the day. Yeah. Rated ADBC. Neat. Okay. Right on. So I may indeed have to make more pit stops, especially if I'm drinking lots more coffee, but that ought to hold me for the moment. We can get into doing some of the plugin codings. And yeah, I was up to a lot of crazy things when I did that track. The stuff that I was doing having to do with that track was using a drum kit miking based on sort of a big crunchy drum kit that I had going on, but the microphones were pressure zone microphones that weren't really pressure zone microphones. They were Studio Project's small diameter condensers bolted up into the top corner of the room that the drums were in. So rather than being overhead mics, they were like overhead up in the corner mics. And this caused them to, on the one hand, have a certain clarity, but also this relentless darkness because they're not on axis. They were omnis, but they weren't on axis. And they were like 1-inch diaphragms. These are not like lavaliers or anything. So what ended up happening is I got a very solid drum sound, but it was a very dark drum sound, and it was also lacking a certain amount, like the kick is distant mic'd. Everything is distant overhead mic'd. You don't necessarily get a solid kick sound from the overheads. So it was like fighting against itself every step of the way. And I knew that I wasn't going to hear any kick drum out of it, so I had to lay into the kick drum while playing it as hard as I possibly could. And so that also gives some of the metalhead vibes out of it, is just the fact that I had to play so stupidly, ridiculously hard to make it sound right. And yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. So here we are, looking at DRes 5. So my remaining thought with DRes 5 is, do I need to do something with the top two controls? As that was not a code change, so therefore I'm going to be able to look at this and see exactly what it is. I have the full version of this song on tap, by the way. It's sitting right there in that list of songs where I got Rainbow Factory, which is a cover, by the way. That was somebody else's song. This one was original. All from the same basic period. So here's one of the things I'm wondering about. This is probably best known as the DRes control, but it kind of doesn't do a damn thing until it's over into the middle. And then this is on top of the other one, but it even less does anything. So I feel maybe I should reverse the position of these, have this say DRes and this say something else. Because once you've DRes enough, you can adjust it with this. Do that, and we've just changed it to a very consistent DRes. Like, I feel like I could almost call it trim. Because what it does is it goes up to a highest possible setting and then down to darker settings. Not dissimilar to what the DRes one does. But to call it top res feels kind of deceptive because it doesn't honestly work like that. I'm warming to the idea of simply replacing it though, so let's start with that and then go from there. And that is implemented just like this. There. And then we can also change the name. We can change that name too. And then where it says here, these are the bits that we use. And we don't keep this. I get to remove this now. We'll keep these brackets because there's going to be a version that needs to be stereo. If we don't change that, it's going to be 1. Meaning we can straight up ignore that bit. And in fact, remove the variable. And here's where we reverse the position of these things. Seems legit. Okay. I don't think anything further needs to be done. I think that just solved the problem I saw. Which would be nice because I got a bunch of more things that I need to do today. So having this finished feels like that would be good. Do we have anything that's literally just called theres? Probably not. These other things, however, are Bezier filters, so maybe they shouldn't actually be called that. Let's change the names of these things too. Technically, they're not really DRESs, they're Bezier filters. We can make them be appropriately named so that it seems to make a kind of sense, having them be Bezier filters. There, now those are renamed, so we don't have anything saying DRES in these things that are actually just filters. The DRES stuff lives here, and that's how this works. It's actually following a fairly similar rule, but Which does make one ask, should it? And that's a fair question. It is indeed a fair question as to, are we still doing this in such a regular way that it makes any sense whatsoever for it to be handled this way? I think the answer is probably yes, it still makes sense for this to be handled this way. So what I'm going by on that is that I'm using this particular form of floating point versus integer math in order to try to divvy the signal up into individual chunks that are exact multiples of going from one point to another point in an integer series of steps. That's why we've got stuff like the 0.9999999 in there. It's meant to work so that it'll take an integer number of steps to go cleanly from one bit to the next bit, without anything left over, without any incongruities. This is present in the Bezier filters because it's what stops them from having nasty digital overtones and being cleaner. I'd love to be able to figure out a way to incorporate the aliasing stuff into those, but at this time I simply don't see it. I don't see how that would be done. If I do see that, we'll have all kinds of cool optimizations happening, but right now I don't see it. I'm just looking it over still, trying to see if it's doing what I think it does. Not that complicated of a math, honestly. One thing I can do is tighten up some of these loose regions where I doubt it needs to have all this much space in there. This is what bypasses it if we're not actually derezzing. I think we're probably good to go. Let's give it another try. So what should happen when using this, and I'm going to maybe go for a different, let's play with the voice. Do a different thing. Is that in its default state, and we can set it to default, it's normal, and then it should do predictable things when you fool with it. So trim, okay, I guess this could mean anything. I guess we're not fooling with this one yet. It starts out like this.
Let me fly away with you. Let me fly away with you. Let me fly.
And clearly we can make it go down.
Let me fly away with you.
So now I can hear it is doing something, but I don't know what trim means. So if we fool with trim,
let me fly away with
Then I can go, okay, it got brighter when I did this,
Let me fly away with
and it starts going darker when I do this.
away with you. Let me fly away with you. Let me fly away with you. Let me fly.
And then it starts doing even weirder things. Also, we've got this square control. What does the square control do? Well, turns it into a square wave, or the hints of a square wave. What does bright do? Okay, we just darkened it. What does basis do? Okay, that's taking away lows.
Let me fly. Let me fly away with you. Let me
And if I was exploring settings around here,
let me fly.
I might go,
Let me fly away with you.
what does trim do under the circumstance?
Let me fly away with you. Let me fly.
Oh, fair enough, okay. Thank you, Jonathan.
Let me fly away with you. Let me fly away with you. Let me fly away with you. Let me fly.
And so now what we get is a derezzing that's acting strange.
Fly away.
And so the thing I was shooting for with that is the ability to do a crazy derez thing that doesn't have a consistent... And one thing about the original attempt, the thing where I initially got the idea from a guy playing with some form of wavelet synthesis, I feel like what I was seeing in his examples is that he was doing some form of wavelet synthesis where it was like doing a bit crushing, but it was able to pass through time windows following some kind of doubling behavior where you got to do like 1 sample or 2 samples or 4 samples or 8 samples or 16 samples, etc. Those produce octaves. So what the guy had going on was a bit crush that felt like it was at different frequencies, but it wasn't as out of control as what I've done here. And I can open another file. Could be an old favorite like Alien Kittens or whatever, or we could do something entirely else. Like, for instance, this says it's DI guitar. So that is clearly a track from some kind of recording that I made. Now if we throw it on that, things are going to get fancier. So we can get a kind of roaring tone out of it. It seems to go up to frequencies that are too high. And we can make it be a single rigid tone using this. That gives me very little change in trim at all. But then when we start increasing DRes, that's when things get busier. Oh, there's a little grit to that. So we set it like that, and we get a weird interaction. So let's take it back out of the square. And it'll start again in a moment. It's wrapping around. It's going to be coming back. But what we're doing now is manipulating the frequency that it's at. So that subharmonic pops out because it's interacting with the fundamental tone in here. We can get a little more grit in there. And dial in as much of the bright into it. So we've got an interaction with the underlying sound that way. We can voice it this way. That's going to affect the sound going in as well. So that's interacting interestingly. Or we can just have it hitting a regular frequency. This is it hitting a regular frequency. Bringing a weird little coloration in. Bringing in the weird coloration an octave up. I don't think I can, no. This one's much hissier. But we can also filter it like this. Since so much highs came in. Or like this. And that gives us a sort of mid-range punch out of it. And now that we're leaning into a sound that could have some usefulness to it, playing with derez further is going to really change this up. But we've already gone too high. Now we've got almost a synthetic snare out of it. And gosh, if that's the game we're playing, we can make it brighter and then we'll hear the snare-like qualities. And then we can darken the brightness. Snare. And here's what it's made out of. Okay, I think we're good. I can turn that into a VST and be ready to do it whenever people want it. I'm not that certain it makes stuff sound old, but who am I to tell you how to use stuff? Honestly, if you can come up with original ways of using these things, all to the good. Far be it from me to be like, no, this makes things sound like thus, because it's even better if you can make it sound completely unlike what I was expecting and have that be good. So one thing I do have to do here is build one final version so that I can put it on the desktop. But that is within my capabilities. derez 5. I guess what I'm going to have to do is grab that little audio clip to use to demonstrate for when I put this one out. But hey, guess what? You can do this. And then go from there. So what we're looking at is another succession of things where I'm going to need to do VST versions of all of these. But these should be... Oh no, this is not. This is already ready to be made into the VST version. What about these? Ah, okay. Well then, here's what we think about that. You move over into here. And we'll make another master and get you set up to be made into a VST so that I can put this out. That being something that I manually do for people, because it's not like you can randomly tell Claude, oh, hey, make this work for my old version of Cubase, because it doesn't necessarily know or care about any of that stuff. But I can produce multiple plugins for various retro formats the old-fashioned way by actually making them. Let's run in here a little bit and see what I've done with this. Looks like not a lot. Do we have any code in here yet? No. Alrighty then, I know exactly what I'm looking at now. These are lined up being ready to do. I could do that tomorrow, I could do that whenever is convenient for me. They're ready to go. The AUs are already done, but I'm going to be revisiting channel X because I feel there's more I can do with it. And then we make them all into VSTs, which I could be doing some of that this afternoon for all the difference it would make. But none of them are actually started yet. So my first step there is to fire up Text Wrangler and go into DRes5 that I see here. Change these names appropriately. You can see it's where I left it out. I had just finished doing this process for DerivaClip, and none of the rest of it has been done yet. We do replace all, and it says 2, 26, 7, and 12 instances have been replaced, at which point I don't need Text Wrangler open anymore. Need to change these file names. So pretty sure Purist Console 4 is all done, but I'm going to double check on that, make sure that I've got everything straight. Pretty sure that Purist Gain 2 is done because that is meant to be next to nothing done to Purist Gain other than one change in the amplitude of the floating point dithering. Because there is one guy out there in the world who had a problem with the amplitude of the dithering on Purist Gain, only on sibilance, which blows my mind, but it just goes to show you, people hear things in the differentest of ways. And I didn't hear a problem with the stuff that he was hearing a problem with. But he was correct that the dithering I was using was larger at the time that I made Purist Gain than the current stuff I'm doing. So it's an update just for him, basically. Nobody else is going to notice. And then we need to rename these. And then we need to open it. And do the same thing that I did with those other ones. At which point we'll be ready to walk through the VST make and process for these guys. Which is not terribly difficult. But first we've got to do some of this. Over in build, there's a place I must seek out the name. I don't know why this didn't get changed when I did the search and replace, but go figure. I have learned the little ways of this software. It needs me to do that by hand. If I hit save, it just goes bip, meaning you didn't need to do that. I tend to do it anyway, just because I'm in the habit of saving things when I'm working on them. We need to set that up. We need to set this up. We need to set this up. It's among the first things I'm going to be working on when I start actually working on this. But that's not going to happen right away. I'm going to hit save anyway, even though I don't need to, because it doesn't seem to care. It beeps to tell me you don't have to do that. And I get to close it, at which point this is ready to be made into a... And yeah, you know what? This moves up to the top of this stack since you mentioned it, which is not to say that it's ready. But one of the things that I need to do is to take that and run some of my test files into the real deal actual cassette tape recorder that I have about 25 feet away from me right now. That needs to happen. For doing this, I have to have reference. I have to have reference at the real thing. That's why I went out and got a tape cassette thing. Thing is, I don't honestly have much in the way of literal tapes from way back in the day that don't have stuff recorded on them, which I wouldn't want to lose, so that makes it a little more challenging. But I do have the tape machine. What I need is to be able to take something, probably it's going to be like my laptop, and run its probably headphone output, use it as lineouts, run it to that machine, set it up for appropriate volume levels, as well as maybe some high volume levels, record it onto a tape of some kind. It's not going to be a clean tape, but it's going to be a tape of some kind, and add a bunch of different bias levels as well. And then play it back and record what I get out of it to the good converters, much like I'm capturing vinyl records, but I'm probably going to have to also wire up a wiring harness because I do not have a wiring harness that will run RCI outputs to the inputs I need to use. I'm basically going to have to wire a wiring harness using RCA jacks to TRS female connector, which I do have. I've got that. But I have to go and wire it all up in order to even be able to begin. So that's one of the reasons why this hasn't already happened. But it'll happen. Let me move it 2 spaces up. There, it is hovering around being like, I'm ready to go, guys. Put me in, coach. And we'll go from there. Got a bunch of other stuff here, like PyWacket 2 and PyWacket 2 Mono that could be amusing, but we're not quite ready for that. Ooh. PyWacket 2 uses ArcSyn style processing, meaning, let's go and look at this. Let's go and look at this. Oh, okay, this hasn't actually been implemented at all. There's nothing here. Okay. Yeah, this is very much a blank slate at this stage. Fine. Save myself a bit of trouble in doing that because there's nothing here yet, other than the intention to make a PyWacket 2. I don't suppose there's a mono version of it that's done yet, right? Can't be. Surely not. Doesn't look like it. Nope, this is just template. Yep, nothing's here. So the first order of business for these would be to copy the original PyWacket over. So what's that going to look like when I do that? Let's see what this implies. Already, some of this is old. Look at how old this is. I'm using FP old, and this I'm using a separate variable for FP new rather than just having this be everywhere FP new would be. In modern computers, you're probably better off in doing this math operation everywhere it appears rather than making a special variable just for that. This is old. This is so old it's using like bridge rectifier for things. That shows you how old this is. I can tell you why it's doing what it's doing though. The whole point of this stuff is that this is a compressor which, rather than simply clamping, there's a bunch of ways this could work. I believe this is a fairly basic form of compression. Yeah. Yeah, this is a fairly basic form of compression. Which is not to say that's a terrible idea, only that I have developed the whole Bezier compression thing just to avoid some of the problems of this. But I hear you ask, or I don't, because this is the live stream, so you don't have a speaker to talk back to me. But if you did have a speaker, you might well ask, what makes this PyWacket then? If it's just a compressor that's not as good as the current compressors that you do. And I'll tell you, because this is what makes it PyWacket. This is basically inverse density, but without the new stuff that I'm bringing to that kind of calculation. Meaning, not only could this be improved by coming up with a Bezier compression version of it that would react as quickly as I needed to, follow my current, like I could start with dynamics as a template. Then this rides along after that, and what it does is the way PyWacket works, rather than crush stuff down to quiet volumes, it crossfades over to what's called starved version. Technically also blurred by one sample, but I might or might not bother to keep that. Not even sure where I get that blur stuff. Max blur, blur dry. I bet that's the... No, apparently I don't have it there. Okay, so we instantiate it, but we haven't defined it anywhere. Where does that get defined? Wet times. Okay, so... So that's becoming a factor of how much compression is being applied. Okay, fine. This is an old plugin. Let's go and look at how old it is. 2016. This is a 10-year-old plugin at this stage. And yeah, what it does is something kind of special regarding it does a compression, but its way of emulating the old Pi compressors is not by actually emulating the Pi compressors so much as by its compression action rather than simply turning down a volume control. It's rapidly crossfading between a, and you know, there's interesting things that we could do with that too. It is rapidly crossfading between a dry signal and negative density signal, which is similar to console bus, which is similar to just applying a transfer function that leans stuff out so that only the peaks spike out. And it's going to that rather than quietness. So if you put a loud signal into PyWacket at maximum compression with a slow release, so it's doing maximum compression all the time, you will get a sort of spiky, peaky signal where all of the attacks are preserved. So it's technically not necessarily taming the transients so much as applying something that's taming the body of the sound and not taming the transients. And this is exploitable. In particular, the whole operation could also be run into a thing where we could just as easily generate a saturated version of the sound and the anti-saturated version of the sound, like density minus and density plus. As long as I'm talking about, let me demonstrate what I'm talking about. Got a recent version of density which should demonstrate that fairly well. So most recent version of density, where are you? Going to be in here somewhere. Going to be in there at VST effect even. I feel like this came out. Let's see what its default is. Okay, its default doesn't actually set this, so let's close it and reopen it. Twisted Wave has problems with this stuff sometimes. It just changed the name, but it didn't actually change the setting. This is neutral, no high passing, Unity output, full dry. So we can do positive density, and we can do negative density. This is what PyWacket is fading to. Kinda. This is what PyWacket is switching its compressed sound to. It's going to essentially this rather than actually silence. And again, I could also set it up so that it went to fully saturated and leaned itself out when compression hit. And this is a worst case scenario for being able to hear it do its job. If I go to this has peaks that are much quieter. So we're basically, maybe this means that PyWacket steps into the forefront and I need to get a version of it going. Here's drums. Here's drums with saturation. And here's what PyWacket gets you at full compression. Notice how it's real quiet, but still something's happening. So dry, saturated, dry, fully stepped on with PyWacket. If you had PyWacket's compression kicking on as hard as it possibly could, it would give you this on the output. If the compression was just fully splatting it so that nothing would happen, nothing would come out. And you can hear that the body of the sound is there, but you can't really hear very well until I turn it up lots. This is what PyWacket has left over when you have fully compressed. If the amplitude is springing up so that the transient hits get let through, it's going to let through the full body of the sound and then rapidly snap to this, which still has clarity on the transients. You can hear them, but it's suppressing important things about the sound. Ooh, interesting. So Jonathan Bellot in chat is just saying, I'm using Pi a lot lately. Well, I've got some work to do on Channel X, which you were also asking about, but shall we also fool with PyWacket today? It's basically ready to go. The thing is, it's going to be adapting a bunch of related things. And primarily, it's going to be about probably just taking the most current version of dynamics and layering this behavior on top of it. I don't know. I don't know whether Pi compressors are the last thing they used in Pi Studios before bouncing it into the master tape. What I do know is that I'm able to set this up so that we have this rather radical changing in density, and we can take an existing compressor that otherwise would have used a, like presumably I can just use BasiComp for that. And rather than simply modifying the output gain, which we've got ways of doing that, it can start manipulating the degree of crossfading between dry signal, saturated for a little boost value, and that leaned out setting. And then we can, oh, you weren't? I thought you were. And then what we can do is we can use my current processing for like what's going into like Purist Console 4 and stuff like that is literally using the same code. Here, let's, this is going to be another blank, but I can go over here. This literally has the code that I would be using in PyWacket. Only difference is, and this is a stereo version, there's also a mono version available. This is the stuff that I added to the most recent plugins, like the new Spiral, a bunch of various things. This is what I came up with DerivaClip. And it exists in Purist Console 4. It's basically ready for me to make a VST of it and put it out. This is the same thing that would go into a putative PyWacket upgrade, because the heart of PyWacket is not the specific compression that it is using, so much as it is the transition from the dry output to this transfer function starved negative density thing, which is what we're doing here. That's channel version. So this is essentially longhand. That's basically longhand. This is inverse longhand. This is my attempt at making longhand but for arcsine, which is supposed to decode and put back what a sine function did. And yeah, everything is connected. But what it means is all I would have to do is take these and bring them in relative to what the compressor was asking to do, implement the compressor, which probably there's going to be a difference. Like currently what I've got going on in Dynamics 3 and what's going into Console X is incorporating a behavior similar to the Fairchild 670. It's incorporating very mu, because I feel that sounds nice. But that doesn't have to happen. I could just use the guts of that to produce my control voltage for manipulating the amplitude. And then what the amplitude does is it goes into this stuff and it crossfades between a saturated version, dry, and the starved version. If I do that, we have PyWacket 2, both stereo and mono. Simple as that. It could work. And it would sound distinctly different from Dynamics, because Dynamics goes to a fair degree of trouble to have a particular kind of compressor sound that works for me in the situations I'm using it in. But I can use a cleaner version of it with many of the same controls left the same. In fact, all the controls can work the same as in Dynamics 4, which I believe is the most current version. But we can layer all this stuff on it and radically change the tone. What I'm wondering is how I incorporate, maybe with output, how I incorporate the saturation factor, where the new version of PyWacket will allow you to make stuff be fatter and thicker and denser still in a compressy style way. So it would act like you had your old school Pi style compressor, which had the special magical handling of transients, which is why I'm doing all of this. I'm just getting an effect that is known to exist, but I'm getting it in a different way because I'm working in the digital world. And so it's less about modeling particular hardware and more about identifying what makes certain kinds of sounds happen, and then doing something in the digital domain that is predisposed to be able to make those kinds of sounds happen. And yeah, like Jonathan says, everything is connected. So yeah. That is interesting enough that maybe this is a fine time to move these guys up even higher up than to cassette. Remembering, of course, that I also had something else in mind that I wouldn't mind playing with a bit. To the point where I feel like I'm going to make a file for it. And of course, the hardest thing of all of these things, coming up with a name. So I've got a plugin called Orbit Kick that synthesizes kick drums in a synthetic kind of way. Ooh, I'm not necessarily using that in Console RD, mostly because that's not necessarily what was in the Beatles Studio. The Beatles Studio was using a compressor where I would probably be taking what's in Console X3 and figuring out if I can make it act even more very mewy than that. It's probably where that would have to go, is like override what I'm already doing with Dynamics 3 and figure out how I can exaggerate the very mewish characteristics of it even more. So no, that would not be a Pi style. That said, complement can be taken in the form of have it be a separate plugin. You could absolutely get sounds. Yeah. Okay, so we're on the same page there. You're not implying I would have to use that as built into the console, but it would be something where you could use it as a separate plug and it would help you get 60s style sounds. I think that's probably very accurate. Yep. We're on the same page there. It's all good. So given that I have a plugin named Orbit Kick, in fact, let's refresh ourselves with what that was. Do I have a suitable noise for it, though? Oh, look, here's where my damn footstep sounds are. I knew those were somewhere. I lost them. I did a whole reverb where I was going to release it and automate the settings of it to make this accurately sound as if the footsteps were going off into the distance or coming back. And then I forgot where it was and I wasn't able to do it. Well, now I know. It's here where I didn't need it to be. But I've got a plugin called Orbit Kick. There are very few under the name of O. So you can do this. Threshold is where it kicks off. And the idea is you should be able to tap on a box and make a synthetic kick like this, where you're even allowed to use the initial sound, if such things please you. And this already exists, so you can have this one anytime you want. Well, fair. I mean, it might be partly the plugin's fault, to be perfectly honest. I'm pretty sure OrbitKick is just throwing really hard sine waves at you. So we can have a more impactful one with a very fast drop. With the widely varying volumes of all of this, that makes it more challenging. But then this could be grounds for doing the trigger plugin, where it'll turn stuff like this into a neatly well-behaved trigger that you can use. Some of the footsteps fire the kick, some of them do not. So I could see doing better with this, but what it really is basically a sine wave generator that drives off of whatever it is you're putting in. I'm just using footsteps so that I can demonstrate how you could run this and play it as an instrument by like taking some kind of piezo input and tapping it in. Anything like that where you could make it fire off. So if OrbitKick is what I want to call that, there's something to be said for also making a orbit hat and or orbit snare, or both, or an orbit hat that could serve the purpose of a orbit snare depending upon how you had it set. And I'll tell you what I have in mind as far as that. Firstly, let us make a file. And here we have a million possible controls. Hey, Grens. Yeah, doing all right. I'm on slightly too much coffee today, but we're tossing around cool ideas and ready to do good things. So there is that. And I should be able to straight up just build this. There won't be anything useful in it, but we'll see. Look, it even succeeded. None of this stuff is getting used for anything, nor is any of this needing to be used. And the next thing you know, there is a floating point dither, but guess what? This is the part that we need to fiddle with. So We're going to assume that we don't necessarily have, well, if I have filtering inside this, that's maybe not true. So, maybe we're not quite as far ahead as we thought, but there's something to be done with this anyhow. There, now we have two of them. One of them can be its original purpose. And then oh, look at all the warnings. You know what? I'm going to clean that. And I tell you why. Because we're going to do something else. Since it's an int, I'm also going to put parentheses in these so that I know that I'm generating a number that'll go up to 32, which might not even be what I end up settling on. Yeah, let's see whether we can make this happen. And we're going to explicitly render it into int, otherwise there'll be warnings in other places saying that you might not know what you're doing, and honest I do. Then and I could set those up to be exactly the original values, but instead, let's go and see what it does. However, what I'm going to do first is go and look up the way that I was using this before. What does the way I was using this before mean? I've taken the FPD value and translated into audio size before. What it starts out as is full blast, UN32 max. So we have to scale it. Maybe that's simpler than I'm thinking, though. Let's find out. Whoa. I am going to look at how I do this. I'm almost certain I have this type of random input coming in the 2-tape plugins. So let's go and look at the 2-tape plugins. Bet you I've got it in here somewhere. There's the darkening behavior. It might be possible to upgrade that. We'll see. Oh, that'd put me on 2-tape X, wouldn't it? That would be funny. Okay. Haha. Mm-hmm. That will give me a value. There. Observe the guts of Orbit Hat. Very simple looking. So since this is being divided by an int that is cast to a double, the output also has to be a double. So we don't actually have to cast hat to double. And then we're subtracting by 0.5. That also forces it to be a double. And otherwise, I am pretty sure unsigned int is always going to go from 0 to some positive number. Therefore, we have to make it match the audio. And it's going to struggle a little bit here. Oh, we don't have a trigraph. We need a trigraph. I honestly don't know why it keeps saying trigraph. It always says trigraph, but those are 4 question marks. So beats the heck out of me, man. Orb H for orb. I bet orb K is what I used previously. It's all good. Also, we can get rid of that dry sample. And we should be, we were good. Yay, okay, got there. So here's a little glimpse of something that's going to be a noise source. And let's see what that does before maybe moving on to the other things. Because I do also want to do this. It'd be fun to come up with a better orbit kick too, but maybe that's not the first thing on my agenda today. I also may have to turn the volume on this down. No harm in having this on. Ailman O. Here we are. Before I hit run, these need to be in valid settings. And I'm going to turn the volume way the heck down in case it's incredibly crazy and obnoxious. And now we see what a relatively random setting for this does. Oh, okay, it broke. Didn't get to do that. Yep, didn't get to do that. Set to exactly 32 breaks it, but not in such a way that I can't restart it. Okay, that's a peculiar hi-hat-like noise. And we just broke it again. So I think first order of business is I believe it breaks when it gets set to 0. There's a special case that I can do that will force it to at least do something when that happens. So we're going to put a line of code in here. I could build some of that into another thing. Doesn't have to be an if statement. But it won't do any harm having it be an if statement, so we're fine, I guess. That's the same as using the math statement, a min statement or a max statement. I'm surprised I don't have My Generation by The Who captured onto my computer so that I can study it. I've got a couple of old Who songs like that, but I don't have that one. And I own the record Meaty Beaty Beg and Bouncy, which I believe it is on. Anywho, we have these, and technically you can produce the floating point dither sound out of these settings if you do them just right. The problem, of course, is doing them just right. This should stop it from getting stuck. Let's find out if that's true. That'll be very easy to test because if it gets stuck, it will make no noise and not be restartable. Whereas if it's not stuck, I'll immediately be able to snap back into a noise mode like this. So I don't like the fact that we're showing a -6 there. So you can make a head out of that. You could make something out of that. It's a noise-like behavior, but it is a noise-like behavior that has some character and flavor to it. And if you were triggering it repeatedly like a Lindrum, it would work like a Lindrum in that your attacks would sound different from each other. And off it goes. So currently the part that I don't like is when it gets stuck, it's able to start back up again. But I'm pretty sure what's happening is I am forcing it to be stereo. Maybe there's a convenient way to do that that will still kick it back into action. So if hat less than 1, that's the situation under which it can get stuck. what happens if we have hat become instead half of uint32 max? In theory, since we're dividing it by that minus 0.5, if we set that to become uint32 max divided by 2, then when it gets stuck, it will be in silence. It will go to quiet rather than go to a DC offset. That is what I would like to see. Let's find out whether it worked, because it's going to be pretty important to do that one way or another. I've got it turned down to 2, so we're not actually hurting my speakers by this, but this is the kind of thing that I got to watch out for. Oh, what have I done? I got confused and clicked. Didn't need to get confused and clicked. And this ought to, I'm going to go to the Orbit Cake code for the triggering part. But for now, let's see what we've got. Boom, got there. Now it makes obnoxious noises unless it has gotten stuck. If it does get stuck, oh, have we got a supersonic waveform now? Is that what this is? Let's find out. Looks like it. Looks like it. So we have a very regular sequence there. And that sequence is extremely bright, and it's not coming through as a big roar of noise. That's also quite loud. Let's do it again. Okay. Loud high frequency noise. Kind of. All right, so that in theory is a sound. It's just not one I can hear. There's a high frequency noise I can hear. We got a certain regularity happening in here. Yeah, that's just dependent upon the other stuff. And still, 32 is no bueno. Yeah, so you could do a snare out of that, not that it's very useful. Okay, so the next thing I wonder is how good are these things at producing shaped noise? That's kind of the point of the exercise. I've got it turned way down so that it's not blowing up my speakers, which we don't want that, even though I do intend to replace these at some point. I'm designing new speakers that I get to use, which will make all of this process even more interesting. But even before we have done triggering, As long as I can manipulate a mouse like a grown person, we can fire this up again, but then look at what it is doing. In a frequency meter. Like this. So can any of these produce a filtered sound? Can any of these produce high frequency stuff that is happening that's taking up an area, but then it drops off so that it's a natural hi-hat sound without as much low frequencies? Or can we make a roaring noise that loses highs? Because we're not trying to do correct random number generation anymore. Instead, we're feeding random XOR shifts in to see what other kinds of noises we can make. And there are other options. For instance, I could be feeding in only prime numbers for the XOR shifts, if that proves useful. Right now we're just feeding in regular numbers, meaning that a lot of the noises get to become like this. So that's not as desirable of a sound. Nor that. Nor that. That's a high frequency noise, but not a useful one. That's not losing highs. Weird how some of them are very static. And then as soon as you're in the realm of a real noise generation style, it's animated again. Yep, so that's no bueno. We're hearing the different cycles. Okay, that's an aggressive one. That is silence, as expected. Interesting. At this one, nothing the additional term does anything. Makes you wonder whether I could extend this to have multiple levels, knowing that they are not necessarily going to generate true random. Like, nothing's stopping me from having additional levels of this, as many letters as I want. That way, when we're doing this, we can interact with it in other ways. But you could make a weird, horrible snare out of something like that. Or that. None of these are giving me a result where when it's doing a random style behavior, it's doing a random style behavior that seems filtered. It's always just either the white noise spectrum or a much more primitive version of it. That said, I wonder whether that is fixable. So let's get creative about maybe fixing it. We'll figure out whether to do anything. But first, let's look at what that looked like. Here's the end result. And here's roughly what that waveform looked like. So we've got a period of roughly this size, and the rest of it is simply acting like random. What I'm shooting for is some sort of ability to mess with the randomness in such a way that it's like it's high passing, but I'm not getting that naturally. So it's either figure out a way to force it to happen, or figure out what to do with this kind of scenario. Because as you can see, we're just going back and forth with this processing. And we can continue this ad infinitum. Like I could go A through Z here. It wouldn't necessarily help, but we can at least go A, B, C. I think I remember seeing that there needed to be an odd number of these stages, but I could be wrong. I feel like there's probably... Well, let's test that assumption. What happens if you have 4 stages? And we're going to want to keep this the same way. And we're going to build that, and we're going to see what that does. I'm happy that we have that mute behavior in here. You know, technically, there's a way to force more of a high-passy behavior out of this. Do you see what that way would be? All we have to do is bring another parameter in, giving us a floating point number from 0 to 1. If we have hat less than 1 becomes hat less than uint32 max minus whatever, or indeed, well, it's tracking 1, but we could have it be gating variables in the middle to silence, or vice versa. What would happen is the noise would start becoming less consistent. So, 2 separate considerations, either of which can be handled by just forcing it to be that middle stage. One of them is if the value actually is uint32 max divided by 2 or close to it, then it snaps to 0. That will produce a high-passing effect in which the high-frequency stuff is loud, loud, loud. If we have the stuff at the extremes gated to silence, that will tend to produce a high-passing effect where the bright stuff is quieter. And technically we could do both, or we could do it in one control. Let's play with things one at a time, though. First thing, let's see what happens when we have 4 of these. Remembering, of course, we're not actually trying to generate a random noise anymore. We're going much weirder than that, so we're trying to generate interesting cycles that act like they're kind of random, but act more than that like they are a hi-hat. Or indeed a snare drum, if you want a snare drum. Seems easy enough to make low-frequency stuff come out of this, just not pink noise. Orbit het. There's going to be silence until we do this. Okay, all that happens is it gets more sensitive. And if some of these are random enough, the other ones get to fluctuate without changing a damn thing. Although we can cut it off with any of them. Yeah, this is just making it easier to do properly random. We didn't actually make it act any weirder than it was. Well, there's a regular. Yeah, all I can see happening there is it is less able to produce interesting noises and more able to just produce stuff that sounds random. So that additional shift didn't help me at all. It does make me wonder what would happen if we only had 2 rather than 3. Because 3 is the minimum to be able to produce ultimately random. Is 2 actually more helpful in terms of producing a bunch of different sounds, not all of which seem ultimately random? Let's find out. And I admit I'm getting a little derailed on this because there's a bunch of other stuff that I promised to work on today. And that's fine. This is what I'm working on right now because I wanted to. And I don't see anybody else doing it, so it's on me. Here you are. There. We now have literally only 2 settings. These ones don't do anything anymore. Okay, those are all supersonic. That's a not very good random. That's even worse. That's a not very good random. Okay, while that was better at producing noises that weren't pure random snippets of sound, none of them were good. We got way more regular repetitions, and they were all garbage. So let's not. Let's go do something else. We'll bring this back in. It does make me wonder whether I could do whether I could have two of these and one of them was sort of built in. So let's explore that. If I have an offset of 1 and then these two, are most of these going to act like they're random? Because 1 is not actually the correct offset for doing this. But who knows? Also, I could just build that in. Yeah, let's do that experiment. Four. So now B and C are larger numbers. Technically, I could continue this pattern, but I'm going to see whether there is a setting for A where all the settings of B and C seem useful without them all purely being just random. And let's see what we got now. Because the previous experiment did not work. Or rather, it worked, but proving that that wasn't the correct thing to be doing. And I'm going to bring the trigger from Orbit Kick in. Bear with me, one thing at a time. Silence. Zero is automatically nothing. 1. I have a pretty good feeling about this. We might be down to using simply two sliders for this. Because having this built into just an offset of 1 is giving us some cool noises that are not perfectly random, but are cool noises. Yeah, like hear that? That's like random, but it's not. It's not really. We have 2 variations on this, no matter what else it does. And we can do that. We can do that. This is a bunch of very synthetic sounding noises that could prove useful. Yeah. Because that's the thing. If it's a noisy-like thing, but it has that repetitive quality, it'll be able to take a consistent beat and do that thing like the Lindrum hat, where the Lindrum hat is just a sample. But it is a sample that loops. So as you hit hats closed and open, it gives you different sounds on the attacks because the attacks are different noises. There are different places in the noise. Now just for the heck of it, let's see what happens when it does 2. See, that's repeating too quickly, I think. That's noise-like, but has a quality to it. That's obnoxious. Let's try the 1. Okay, that one doesn't do a thing. Now let's try the 2. Okay. I have a good feeling about this for my purposes. I have a good feeling about that. Technically, I could get even more frisky with this by trying to do it in such a way that I was using one slider and getting all of these variations. My concern there is that it could be a little bit messy. And it makes me wonder what the secret math would be for making it work. So we're already good with that being there. So I'm thinking in terms of modulus functions. I'm thinking in terms of what it would need in order to produce an appropriate combination between modulus and divisor, except for it's not divisor, it's multiplier. and whether there's a natural match in there. Let's make this so that the integer in the plugin thingy tells me what that int's going to be. So what that's going to be is if it's 0, then we're using 0. 1 will be, 0.1 will be 1, 0.2 will be 2, 0.3 will be 3, and so on. I can even move this up like here. Then we can have B be like this, but they're both based off of parem A. And then this becomes modulus C. Which is going to give us, let's see, any modulus function that we produce is going to be restarting at 0 all the time. So that guarantees that some of the settings are not going to be useful. And therefore, what we must do is this. And now let's see what we got. Oh, didn't work. I bet I know why. There, now what do you think of that? That fixed it. It was trying to do an integer operation on something that was being cast at double. Alrighty. We still haven't got any triggering in here, but what's interesting is all of this noise and whether I can get cool sounding noises. Haven't even started filtering it in the way that I was going to do. So silence. Oh, it didn't like that, did it? Okay, well, what happened here that it became so upset? Well, we know, oh, modulus 0. Okay. So before I run it, I have to set that to something that ain't 0. Fine. Technically, I don't even need to build it again. I'm doing it anyway. All right, back into the breach. This time we don't set it so that it's doing a modulus of 0. Because that's meaningless. No wonder it got upset. How could it possibly do math based on that? So let's get a noise. Not yet. Let's keep dialing it in until something happens. There we go. So that is now set to 1. This now does nothing. And there's our modulus thing doing its thing. So if this was now set to 2, mostly we're just getting a note. If it was set to 1, mostly it's just a note. How about 3? How about 4? How about 5? So we keep getting that note, and what I wonder is whether that is simply a factor of either it being an even number or constantly returning to a value of 1. Because the modulus, that can give me 0 if it's perfectly aligned. So we bumped it up to automatically plus 3. 3 is our minimum setting. And we'll see whether that does anything about it. We can also do this in different order, because after all, we just did this. So we could do that. And again, I can find out whether it is modulusing into an even number and whether that is causing all of the high frequency peeps that we're getting out of it. This is still limiting the number of sounds it can produce. I'm just trying to figure out whether I can make it produce only variations in noise-like characteristics. Because we're using the noise generator for completely non-random behaviors that are supposed to be random-ish. And if I can have it sped out pretty much only noise-like things, that seems like that might be good. Yeah, we're trying to avoid that and have more of this. Okay, let's pick a very large multiplier then. This is not necessarily better than having 2 sliders. The sweet spots are there, but it's definitely kind of sketchy. Not loving that part. So if we had it set to the smallest available prime number for this, we are getting a larger number of notes. Huh. Well, 8. Okay, all of this is amusing. And it ain't necessarily working, but it's amusing. And our initial offset is 2. So formerly we had 2 sliders that we could have be whatever we wanted and it would be fine. And it was doing a pretty good job, all things considered. Okay. I am beginning to wander into a completely different territory. I'm putting all this effort into trying to get one slider to produce these things without anything in the way of bad drone fixed noises. But maybe I'm on the wrong track. So if I was to, for instance, not have that, not have this, go back to these guys, but then we'll do a little test. And I'm going to see whether I can either nudge it to have everything become nice noise sources or everything become continuing drones. And here's how I'm looking to do it. Also, I can probably take this step back to 32 again. Should be good enough. The question is, to what extent are these either odd numbers or their odds and evens are matching? And we can nudge that by incrementing either of them. Also, we can stop it ever having, like we could do, say, this. If we do that, the extremes are not silences anymore. The smallest number is 1, and the largest number is 31. 32 gave me silence, but 31 did not. So this should make it so that at no point does it literally go silent unless I actually have something that returns zeros. Then that's going to tell me something. We're going to be able to see whether the sum total of these things is odd or even. And then we'll find out what to do about it. But the first thing we can try doing is that. And then the next thing to try is maybe a different number will work. So the next thing to try is this. That's going to be mostly 0 unless I turn it up all the way, at which point it will become 1. And that's going to change the behavior to, oh, made a mistake. Is okay. There we go. That ought to do it. We'll see what it does in a moment, but that should have done something. And in fact, we'll even be able to monitor whether it is doing the odds or evens thing. Hopefully that made sense. If it does, we'll find out soon enough. I promise I'm going to bring in the trigger. Then things will start sounding a little bit more like something. So that's set to 0. That's just notes. So we don't want that value. I guess we want at least 2 for all of these, possibly 3. That looks like that would be 3 and 3. Because 1, 2, 3 is probably the smallest number we want. This is being incremented every step of the way. So this, being param C, is now serving to either be 0 or 1. If we have it be 1, we're going to have a different behavior, I believe, as follows. Okay, it stopped being sensitive to this, but it started making better noise. Interesting. It's way less sensitive to this stuff. Look at that. Okay, we have a result. It's given us really consistent behaviors this way, but it's sensitive to this. To the point where we get to change that one and like it's very insensitive to that being changed. Look, I can set it to 0 and nothing happens. That's wild. So why would it be doing that? Why would it be doing this thing where whenever I get a noise, this is no longer significant in any way? What if we go up here? Okay, that still does something. We've just got it to where it's acting all funny and strange. Okay, so we've got a condition where for some of the settings of A, it's never a noise. In other settings of A, it's always a noise. Wow, okay, that's rather special. Yep, so these are the ones where I want to avoid. We've got C set to 1. So something's happening that's kind of handy. So I feel like I could bump this up a bit as well. We'll make them all start at 3. Ooh, or, here's a thought. We could have B be 30 plus A. That could really change things. And we can do that before we mess with A this way. Do the same thing as before. Set this to be 1, because that was working before. Remove that. There we are. We're good. So A plus B mod 2 equals 1, then B plus plus. And if A mod 2, we're going to check whether it's better for odd or even. So we're going to be equal to 0 or equal to 1. And that will be the A++. And we're feeding it into B before even doing anything. So that'll be amusing too. Just to see what happens. So now our parameter C is doing a different job. What do we got? Okay, this is the one we don't want. This is the one we do. That said, I am frustrated by how this isn't tuning things anymore. Maybe I've done it a little too much. Okay, that's kind of cool though. These all sound the same. That's no bueno. Yes, it'd be nice to be able to do stuff like that. Or that. Damn. All right. That's a cool hat sound. So that's going to be available with a freely unaltered input. Okay. There's an easier way to do this, I think. Yeah, there should be. Should be able to do this. Integer times 2 plus 1 means this only gets to be odd numbers now. Meaning there's no further purpose doing this. It's the same thing. Then we can test this out and see whether there's anything useful to forcing this to be one or the other of the things. Because maybe we shouldn't. Maybe I should just remove this entirely. Also, this plus A is potentially a problem. I feel like maybe let's leave this back out again. I had that going, and all of a sudden I wasn't able to get as many variations. Everything was a good noise. And this is not about necessarily good noise. So let's set this up like this and see what this looks like now that I have a full range of values, except for the range of values for A are only odd numbers. We'll see what that provides us. And I'm going to probably take another break in a moment and then drop this and go to some of the other coding that I was going to do, because I did promise various things. I've just got derailed into this because it's so interesting to me. What do we got? Oh, we disabled that completely, didn't we? Alrighty, now we're getting somewhere. We've got a cornucopia of noises. of various descriptions. They can easily give us that high frequency ring, which is bad, but it shouldn't be any louder than the actual noise is. And we're now getting access to some of these more colorful sounds. Like those are very distinct sounding noises. As they should be, because they're very primitive random noise generations. So they should have very distinct colors. Yeah, look at that. The entire range is one good sounding noise or another. Neat. And yeah, here's the thing. The ones where most of them are unpleasant noise, like these rings, contain some of these. And I won't necessarily know where they are, but I'm going to want access to this. And the ones that are becoming good noise are also the ones where this other stuff doesn't give me much variation at all. But there's a little bit. And also, we haven't brought in the other stuff yet. But that's going to be in a minute. What I'm going to do now is I'm not going to go back to those singles again. Tell you what. Let's throw some of my industrial techno back in here. I won't be gone for long. I'm just going to go and visit the restroom, take a breath, gather my thoughts, and we're going to get into further developing this in a useful way in a minute. But for now, I'm going to step away for a moment, and I'll be right back. I'm going to leave this making a noise for you. probably hold me for the rest of the day. We shall see. In any case, we can stop this noise now. Oh, this one is getting good though. It's also interesting to see what the tone color is doing. The variations that it's producing. Meter is asking it to be less boring though. That's probably good enough reason to stop it. It's like, yeah, okay, Meter, it's boring. Fine. So here's where we left off, and I had a couple of ideas. So one of them was, what if I made this into one slider by virtue of generating it through modulus and divide factors? And technically, either of those could be the only odd numbers. As long as one of them is odds and the other one can be either, we can kind of do whatever. So here's what I'm wondering. B and C. So if we do something to make this work, and what if we have A count from 0 to 100? And then B equals but no, don't mind me, just figuring stuff out. Maybe that, although I'm still going to want to offset it, aren't I? But that's still not right. But we're stepping closer to it, because what we're looking at now is one value coming in is going to be sweeping through C from beginning to end and incrementing B, and B then gets this slight nudge. In fact, it probably doesn't need to be that much of a nudge. We can have it be +1, and that will be fine. We could have this be +1 as well for all the difference it would make, or +2 for all the difference it would make. And then we could have this, well, the thing about it being 100 is that each decimal point will have a distinct sound, which could be cool. And I know that none of these get to be 0, so that's probably fine. And 8 times 8 is more like 64, but all that means is that this is going to start going up in numbers, and that's probably, let's find out what we've got. Simple as that. Now we've got something where a single control should produce a pretty darn full range of numbers. It's just that we're not adjusting them in a certain way. Instead, this is giving us every possible variation. Let's see what... Oh, I moved too soon. I need to actually copy it over into the relevant place. Give me a second. Orbit hat into components. Now I get to start it. And with a bit of luck, it will at least be something interesting. Without luck, it won't be. We'll find out. Wrong place. Right place. Okay, so nothing does anything except for A. It should still fix itself if it's set to 0. It should make no sound unless it's set to 0. I'm not getting quite the behavior I expected. Well, it's kind of cool that it makes a noise at 0 and at 1. Okay, so here's your problem. We have 3 decimal places, but it's only responding to the first 2. What that means is we can do this. Kind of. Boy, I'm having trouble working the machine. And when I add one of those, I get a different result. So what are we looking at then? Technically, if I wanted to respond to the tiniest little motions, what I can do is do param a times 1,000. And then maybe these get bigger? We're adding 1 each time. What if we make these all be... Well, now hang on. Okay, 16 times 16 is 256. That's still not as big as 1,000. The modulus factor might be better served trying to figure out whether I need that to be like a prime number or something, or an odd number. Maybe not. Let's see what we get when we are doing just 16 here. We can always add a bit of a fudge factor here where it will refuse to deal with the ones that are guaranteed to just be drones. And that would work by manipulating this number here. So it could be a +1 or a +2 maybe, or perhaps this one. If b is an even number, then we add an extra one. That could be a little formula in here rather than just be the 1. And we are also going to lean in the direction of doing something amusing here. What it is another question. Don't mind me, I'll get there. Give me a sec, I'll get there. Or perhaps not. Give me a second. I feel that this could become a something. I'm just not doing it right. Okay, so if we do that, we have to do this. And we're not quite ready yet, but I want to see what the first thing did. Oh, hey, MCMU. Well, correct. I don't have that. I mean, I guess my question is, what is a transient then? Are you thinking in terms of strictly high frequency stuff? Because, you know, there's things that we can do that don't even have to be compressors. Like, you can simply use slew only to divvy up stuff into transient type behavior and steady state type behavior. If you do slew only and then you subtract it from the original sound, you're going to get two basic filter bands that are going to act a lot like attack and not attack. Then you can filter those if you want. But they're already kind of filters, so it becomes, yeah, it's like, what constitutes a transient then? Or you could do derivatives, you could do slew of slew and then try to filter that. The more derivative you put into it, the more you're acting like it's a transient rather than a steady state behavior. It's a thought. It's a thought. So what we're looking at now is largely just a single control that should make a wide range of noises. And indeed it does. Ooh, there's a silence. Fancy that. That's 33. And that's 33, but doesn't sound the same. Huh. Well, it'd be helpful if it was a little more consistent, I'll tell you that. And nothing else does anything yet. So I guess my next question, couple of questions really. One of them, can I dial this back? Second one is, can we make it so that it's able to still have the sounds I want, but less of those drones? And I can think of one possible workaround here. Because one thing we can do is force it to be only every other. So we do that. That still gives us an integer. And this is now not the same as it's not the same as divide by 16 because it's in two stages. So now we get to find out whether hang on. That doesn't do anything yet, but soon it will. So we're still ignoring D, but that's fine because we're doing something else. Namely, which is this supposed to be? One of these will work, other will not. And then we can worry about dialing back the intensity of it and stuff. See, here's my problem. Most of these settings are useless, but I also get colorful noises like this. Or that. Whereas if we do this, see, none of it's perfect, is it? So that's like slightly weird and annoying, isn't it? Neither one's perfect. That's just giving me a choice between the two. All right, let's take a different approach then. Let's do the modulus value with a weirder number, so it's forcing them all to be a little smaller. We'll have a somewhat smaller range as well. Actually, why don't I just take this and 128 should fill this up pretty well. While still allowing for some adjustment. Because I know zeros aren't going to help me with any of these. Then back to this. Quickest way to test with. And then which one of these do we bump? We'll bump C. And now we're testing the combination of the two, and let's see whether this gives us more useful results that we can build into the situation and see what we get. Param B. Going so hard with this that I'm losing track of what I'm doing to some extent, but it's fine. And if this was at 0, well, that's not supposed to be doing this. We're dealing with either a literal 0 or 1. Okay, I guess that's just how that rolls. See, I want to be able to get noises like this. It's proving really difficult to work out just from the numbers alone whether they're going to go crazy or not. That's irritating, but maybe it is a problem that is unsolvable. Yeah, that's just supersonic. But that's valid. And that could be like a snare or something. That's also pretty valid. And that's an interesting noise all its own. It's just a very low period. Oh, and these are all very repetitive, aren't they? But that ain't working. It's not working to my satisfaction. I fear what I must do is simply lose this one and accept the full range of noises, including the ones that I don't like. That is annoying, but there it is. Also, we can rephrase this. Because we can just do this. Actually, hang on. Does that need to be in its own? We're probably okay. We'll find out. Question is, does this get applied to this? We'll find out. We're about to find out. If it doesn't build, it needs more parentheses. Turns out it didn't need more parentheses. I would have put parentheses around this stuff so that there was an extra set of parentheses inside this that's being evaluated and then immediately cast to int. If it was doing a modulus on something that was still a float or double, it would have failed. Oh boy. I'll probably be able to explain this a little bit more as I get closer to doing it. We're doing max, we're doing scaling it by the amount, we're doing times 0.5. So right now what this is going to do is produce a variable that goes from 0 to the halfway point that we are setting hat to. That said, we have to be able to let it continue to go. And this is a uint32 max, yes? Yeah, uint32t. So here's what we do next. So currently that acts exactly the same. But whereas with this, if it hits 0, it gets kick-started back again. And we could have used any number for that. With this, we get to do something else. No, I could not. Let's dial this back. I'm trying to decide whether to call it gate or something else. I could call it gate. But it can't be an int. See how we're separating stuff out? Separate stuff out. And we haven't finished this, but that's fine. Okay, so we can do something like that. What I'm looking to do is have it act bidirectionally. And I have not told anybody that was what I was meaning to do, but that's what I'm meaning to do. I'm trying to make it work bidirectionally. By that, what I mean, if it is at 0, here, I can make this be a little more sensible. Check this out. There. Now, if it's in the middle, it'll let all of these sound through, especially since we're not currently doing a damn thing about anything. But, if it is larger than 0.5, it's going to be a positive value. The more of a positive value it is, the larger this gets up to a position of 0.5. Let's reverse these. I guess I can try it out in its initial form. This would be its initial form. It's only going to work if it is positive. You can't do a unsigned int times a negative number, assign that to int, and have that mean any damn thing. So it's simply not going to function unless we have positive values. But it will function if we do have positive values. We could define and set these separately. We can do that. And then this is going to be something entirely else. But for now, we'll straight up just disable it. That makes min be 0 and max be max. Oh, also I'm not comparing by that, I'm comparing by this. That's different, but I caught it before I did it, so that's cool. Also, I know I can express this like that, a little tidier. So that doesn't do anything yet, and so I'm wondering whether this logic can even be here. I'm wondering whether this logic can even be here or whether it can't be here. I'm trying to do it up there, and I'm feeling as if this is making a horrible mistake and I can't do it up there. That said, one thing I'd really like to do is at least start so that I can at least hear what this does. For all I know, it's going to be terrible, and I don't want it. So I'd better get something rolling. So what were we going to try first? There. If it is outside the maximum range, it is silence. That's going to make spaces in between the randomization, but what gets let through is quiet. Let's hear what it does. Ooh, look at that comparison between signed and unsigned. You know what? We don't have to do that. I can avoid that problem quite straightforwardly, too. Boom. No further warning. It just needs to assign it to something. That's all it needs to do. I think I see how this can come together. For now, let's see what happens when we start fooling with this. What it should be doing is softening it, but also making it brighter, because it'll be more spatters of audio against silences. Single points against silence are a high frequency tick. It's just that these are going to be quieter high frequency ticks than they might otherwise be. And it's going to be on B. Sure enough, quieter. Right down to muting it to silence. I feel like I'm going to want this to be the lower than halfway control. But it is able to quiet stuff down. It's just gating things to silence. Also, sometimes we can hear a tonal change as it's underway. Listen to this. Sort of a flangey quality. It gets thinner as it goes. This one changes texture quite a bit. This one goes like this. So the basics of it seem legit. So here's the next part. Now we no longer need this if statement. Or to be unable to define these in this way. On the contrary, we get to define those just fine. But here's where stuff gets slightly different. Funnily enough, we can stack these. We don't even need the usual procedure for doing it. When I say we can stack these, oh, I see an issue though. But the issue can be fixed elsewhere. When I say we can stack these, what I mean is you can do a statement and then the one statement after that gets executed unless you have those brackets. Since this is such a simple procedure, we can stack those and then both of them have to be true. Or we could just make a more complicated logic statement in there. But then the next part goes like this. Make a little space for me to think. That changes. We're still silencing. So the reason I rang to a screeching halt is because I've just set it up in such a way where if you pull it down from the center, it will make stuff quieter and quieter as it goes, whilst also muting the output, and that might be something worth fussing with. Like, I can literally have it amplify by gate if it comes to that. But if we push it the tiniest bit past 0, what's going to happen is I will have immediate and total silence. And then it will come back to being sort of the mid-range, full-range sound as it increases, whereas what I wanted was the middle sound to be the unfiltered sound either way. Maybe I do. No, I don't. And as you continue to crank it out, it will do more of what I'm about to show. But there's a way of dealing with it. So the mute part can work. The other part needs something of an inversion. So this is the same as we see down here, but then we have to flip what gate even means. So we snap to 0.5 and then we start calculating this stuff out. And that should work. Yeah, let's give it a try. That should work. What you're going to see is a different kind of behavior here. And I feel like I still need some adjustments. Let's try doing the adjustments. The plus version of this, which could be handled by an else. Do either of these need? Don't mind me talking nonsense. Some days that's just what you do. You talk nonsense. See, all of this now needs to change a little bit. So what's going to happen is something complicated. That's what. However, we can simplify this. So these will be different each time. That second one's fine the way it is, but the first one why, that's another story. But maybe I can simplify it a little tiny bit by doing it as a separate statement. So gate will be less than 0 and it goes up to 5. If I'm dealing with absolute values, I could probably divide and get away with it. I know that just multiplying by 2 isn't going to get me there. Multiplying by 2 is not going to get me there. We've got a value that we are scaling down to absolute and total silence. I don't wish it to go down to silence. I wish it to stay at the same volume level, but everything about it scales up as that threshold comes down. Now, if I was to do this, that's super duper useless. Why? Because gate becomes a increasingly negative value. As it continues to go, it goes to a maximum of negative 0.5, which I need to make act like multiplied by infinity, except for not really quite infinity. So since it's a negative number, if we add it, what do we get? Well, first of all, that's useless. But second of all, if we start dividing input sample by that, well, that might become a little more helpful. Maybe we can use this in here. We're casting uint32 max to something. So in theory, that'll kind of do it. Outhat, however, is an enormous value, and it gets scaled back by, well, no, I can't do that either, can I? No, I'll tell you why I can't do that. I can't just scale uint32 max down, because if I did that, it would start to become asymmetrical. We're doing the whole thing, and then we're subtracting 0.5 by what has been rendered a 0 to 1 value. So I have to do it this way. Also, here's a cute little detail. Gate can't actually... Wait. Gate can be negative 0.5, meaning it can end up being 0 here. That's unfortunate. But it can never be bigger than negative 0.5. So if this 0.5 is larger than 0.5, we're never actually dividing by 0. We can get real close, but we're never actually dividing by 0. Might work. Let's find out. Oh, we had a problem. It didn't like that. Tell you why. It wants a semicolon there. Now let's try that again. Okay, we're zooming up towards 4. I feel like once I hit thawing out tacos for dinner, I should switch over to one of the things that I was promising to do today. Not that anybody particularly cares, but I was talking about specific things, and then I got completely derailed into this, and although I'm happy enough with it, there was stuff that I meant to do. We shall see what we shall see. Guess we find out whether everything blows up in an unexpected way or works. So that's going to be neutral. Pretty loud, okay. Full blast. Ooh, one side only for that one. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Our scaling's a bit off. It's worth looking at this. I am not at all sure we need this one to be at full crank. I feel like the halfway is fine. But, and that's simply because I miscalculated a little bit, and it's fine. So plus values are being directly generated and they're being gated. Is that right? So if gate is less than 0, we turn it down. It starts at 0.5. So divided equals by 0.5 plus gate. That's why it's giving us the full crank again. So is there a convenient way to scale that? I feel like there surely must be. We're getting something out of it. Something was happening. Yeah, grunts. I am. I can simply do a ×2, and that should give me what I need. We'll divide by this ×2, which will put it back to scaling to 1. And in the other case, where gate is larger than 1, do I have my... Ah, I see what happened. I think I see what happened. So if it's less than 0, out hat is larger than gate max, or, okay, this means or, out hat is less than gate min. Those are contracting from the edges of the extreme. And if it is beyond those things, then we silence it. That was producing more and more and more silence. And then when I changed it but didn't scale it by 2, it was bumping everything exactly 6 dB up to be full crank all the time. That's not what I wanted, so we scaled it back down, and now that part should be working. On the other hand, as we are turning up, what we're trying to do, firstly, if gate is larger than 0, then it's snapping immediately to 0.5. And then at full crank, it turns to 0 again, meaning gate min at past 0 is instantly exactly in the middle, as is gate max is also exactly in the middle. Is that true? Is that true? Yeah, 0.5 U132 minus U132 max times 0.5 is what that would be. Therefore, they both start exactly in the middle, and we are trying to delete the stuff between those points. However, this requires that I reverse these things. So if hat is larger than min, but less than max, it becomes silence. So what's going to happen now that I've got this sorted out and straightened out is a completely different way of gating it to more of a high frequency sound, but it will keep more of the louder samples and ignore the smaller ones. So it's going to act like slew only or something, but not actually be it. And there will be bigger and bigger gaps between the samples filled with silence in a kind of random way. And that should produce a different sound. And we're going to hear that, and then I'm going to go and thaw out my foods, and then we are going to go and do a different plugin. So that maybe it's going to be Channel X. That might be a good thing. Maybe next week we'll do the trigger part for this. Right now we're just getting sounds. Because just getting sounds is worth doing. There's our 0.5. There's a noisy kind of behavior. I don't know what you're doing, Johnny Muscles. Alrighty. So here's our center samples being gated. Here's our loudest samples being gated. Tone control. Here's a note. This is coming together. And we can set it to keep only the loudest samples and try to find something that seems to work with it. It ain't that. Okay, so you know what comes next. Also, let me take a moment. Let me show you something. So it's a little bitty thing, right? If input sample L is not, maybe you're, do you need all of your samples to go to literal -1 to 1? If everything absolutely has to go to literally hard clipping, this is not the clipper for you. And you would be having your stock limiter set to literal 0 dB. Here's the point where it starts trying to do something. That is 0.9085097. Not 1, but 0.9085097. Let's compare it to, for instance, the very first clip only. That is doing a hard clip at plus, what, 24 dB? The very first clip only has a reference clip of -0.2 dB. It is possible that you would even find the original clip only to be clipping a little bit if you need everything to go to literally 0 dB before anything happens. That might be your problem. Like when you say, I'm not pushing into it, I have questions. What defines not pushing into it? Do you need to go to 0 dB without anything happening? If that's what you need to be doing something else or using something else. In order to direct you properly, I need to know how loud you need things to be before anything happens. Now let me close this first of all. Let me get back over to here and maybe we will give some of these things names. And then there will end up being other controls here for the purposes of applying triggers and things and making it turn into a hat or whatever it is that we're doing. But for now, I can quit this first of all. I do believe I can close this for now. We'll get back to it next week. And what I'm going to do is, firstly, I want to see what that does in span. I want to see whether I got anywhere with regard to tilting the tonal balance at all. That was the purpose, but it may or may not have worked. We will find out. No, not that. One of these. and one of these making a noise. So what's happening as I move tone is it is turning, weird how that's odd. It's 132 dB down, but that's still odd. We are clearly able to shape it in different ways. What's happening when I do that is it's replacing a noise source with sort of sporadic dots. You're giving it plenty of headroom? Oh, I saw that before you took it away. Then I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. So I'm liking the fact that this changes tone, and I'm not liking the fact that it's not actually giving me what I want. That's irritating. What's happening is I'm replacing it with individual sparse spikes of noise. And the average behavior is still the same filter curve. That's irritating in a quiet way. Like, it's definitely changing the tone color though. Okay, that's a repetitive sound. Well, I got something happening anyway. So I need to swap over to a noise, and I will return. Let's do this one. I'm going to swap over to a noise. I'll be right back, and we'll do a little bit more coding before we're done. this is from like 20 years ago, and I don't have access to an ADAT to get access to the multi-track, so that can't be done. But this is an album that I did that nobody ever heard. So there's that. And on that note, eek. Okay, so further thought for Johnny. You should not be using that plugin if you're mastering at -19 LUFS. You should not be using any of my clip-only plugins if you were going into your outputs at like -20 dB. There's nothing they can possibly do if you do that. They're not designed to do that. It is impossible for them to do anything useful if you are not managing levels around 0 dB, not -19. Although I note that you are saying -19 LUFS, that's not necessarily the same thing. Do you perhaps have no sense of what your peaks are? Like if you ran... Okay. Leave off clip only or AD clip or any of those things. Run Airwindows meter. Are you getting massive clips in the power meter? If so, you do not have the headroom that you think you do. I don't know what else to tell you. I only just noticed you're talking LUFS. -19 LUFS is not that insanely big. I've got albums where the peaks are going from -19 to a high of 0. And the LUFS is probably -30 or more. -19 is not very quiet. Let me see where I left off with this. So we're not done with Orbit Hat, but I'm getting my cheese thawing out, and we're going to have a look at one of these where, like, so this is now ready to make into a VST. This needs work. That's the VST version of it. Ain't got that ready yet. Orbit Hat, not done. Stuff like PyWhackit, barely not even started, but I have a sense of what I can do with it. I got to open up channel X here and find what I have. So this is what produced that component file. Here's where I'm at. Looks to be we're doing a dual mono. I don't see a reference to sample R, just sample L. So that means I'm doing it in dual mono. And we're doing this. And the thing I was looking at, is it on? No, it's not. Will also be in Mac AU, but it is going to be RetroBase. I am curious whether I can introduce that into channel X. I've already got numerous other stuff in here that will make it better. I just wonder how hard I can push this. How far can I take channel X before it's done? And that is, of course, delaying it coming out, but, you know, what are you going to do? So we have another bit factor going on in here. And this is quite simply retrobase. So here's our IIR filter, and here's what we do with it. Let's draw a parallel between that and channel X. Channel X's IIR filter lives here. So, ooh, hang on a moment. Do I get to use it directly? Yup. We have a whole separate language for BIP in there. All of this is the same, but rather than being DV or PV, it's DRB or PRB. So what I can do is build this in. Be funny if I do it and everything breaks, right? We'll see. Scroll down to the bottom here, and we see that we have a separate class of enums setting up a separate class in the array. And an RB sample. That at least, well, hang on. Technically, we can simply swap out the IIR sample A and B for RB sample A and B. Yeah, Johnny, that's the first thing that comes to mind is if you were thinking that stuff that you're doing shouldn't even be hitting the clipping threshold when you're only looking at LUFS, you might be in for a world of surprise. Again, Airwindows Meter could show you whether you are actually clipping peaks real hard, even at the levels you're using. If you're clipping peaks real hard, it absolutely should be managing stuff and doing the clipping. I am not understanding why your peak limiter wouldn't be doing that, but life is full of mysteries. But yeah, going by LUFS is not very helpful. What are your peaks doing? And yeah, having repeated that again, let's see what we can do with this. And we're going to kind of make these things become similar. So that's going to change this around. And I'll be using RB sample for something here. Yeah, VU meters are very natural ways of handling audio, getting a sense of how loud something functionally is. Not that dissimilar to LUFS, honestly. VU meters are meant to have natural ballistics. So here's our channel X, and here's where we're doing this stuff. Dielectric scale might not actually be a thing I want to hang on to here. Not going to lie, it might not be appropriate for me now. There, these are the variables we're using. I will even continue to move things around until they sit in the same places. This covers what we added because it just goes from 0 to total. Hit save. RB amount. Let's see whether I can update all of these things appropriately. I can. Edit all in scope. There. Now this does not live on a control, but this mimics what you do with the control of RetroBase. And it's been updated everywhere it is present. And just for laughs, we could even continue having the dielectric scale here. So the next thing is now I gotta figure out how to incorporate these things together. Here's how it's going to have to work. Actually, I like doing it like this these days, so we're going to do that. Here's that stuff now. I can't see it all on the screen because there's too much, but some of this is still looking roughly okay. And then we've got additional stuff that's using the same variables that I'm using in here, so it might actually be possible. We might actually see something working by the end of the day. Will miracles never cease? So, maybe let's just stick this all in here. So if we just take literally all of this, so the part that is losing me a little bit is the fact that I've now got two versions of these things. And BIP may not be working, but it might. I don't know whether it will or not. Oh, so Johnny, 17 to 19 quest factor information in relation to RMS. I still don't understand whether you're clipping or not. I don't know whether you're clipping or not. I don't know what meter you're using that it would be telling you that. And I don't know what the status of your audio samples are doing. So if you ran into meter before running into anything else, it would show you giant red splotches if you were in fact clipping. They would become larger splotches the more samples in a row that you were clipping. You might not actually have metering that's showing any clipping. I'm not sure. Meanwhile, I've just copied this and I'm trying to figure out what to do with it. So well, one possibility is just put that back. In fact, that can go there. One possibility is comment out the stuff that I'm replacing and see where that gets me. So if I paste this same code in both places, I will have a functioning retrobase using the right variables, although I probably don't have all the right variables defined. In particular, I have an RB sample LA and an LB. That could potentially be a concern. Might be fine though. Might just be fine. And then I've got that commented out too. So if I also paste it in there, then if I had my variable names right, I'd have something that worked and ran. So here's what I got to change. RB sample LA and B. That's doable. Or it would be if caps lock worked. There we go. So everywhere that appears, and then likewise, this becomes LB. Everywhere it appears. It'll be easy enough to find out because as soon as I try to build it, if I didn't have all of these updated correctly, it'll fall over and go boom. But you know, that BIP stuff might actually be working okay. The way the derivatives work, it's possible that it'll be a mess. And it's possible that it'll just work fine straight out the gate. We can but try. And this is from channel 9, so technically I can just delete that stuff on the assumption that I know what it's meant to do. And if it's failing to do that, I have bigger... Oh, I deleted it too fast though. Did you see what I missed? We got to do this. Oh, and that needs to be in parentheses. There we go. Also there. Then this doesn't need extra parentheses because multiplication is commutative. Boom. And that constitutes what was included in there. Alrighty, let's close this and see if it builds. If it doesn't build, I have bigger problems. However, that doesn't necessarily mean anything because I cleared the build folder and it needs to build all of its libraries first before it can make any sense of anything. Try it again. Bada boom. Might be ready. other than me needing to make a VST of it, which is a bunch of other work, but you know, it's always a work. There's always all manner of work to do. There's that whole PyWacket stuff that I was talking about earlier. That's going to need to be a bunch of work. Let us copy this to the desktop. Copy it to components and do a little test listening of this to see whether it sounds like anything is broken. And you know, one of the things that I can do is do a test tone just to kind of check and see if anything is wildly wrong. I got to go and open it specially, but I can still do that. Here is a very low frequency sine. So in theory, if we do the new channel, here's the new channel. And then we change this. There shouldn't be any horrible noises. But I do believe I'm hearing something slightly different. So let's quickly A/B that with channel 9. There it is. So this does not have retro bass. Slightly different volumes. And it is a solid 3.81 dB down. By contrast, we're still about 3.8, maybe slightly not as much down, but we are hearing the sound of that bass differently. This is the Mackie setting. Let's do a channel strip. Let's do an effect stack just so that we can get them both open at once. Come on, give me the. Thank you. Woof. New effect stack. Let's add the two recentest effects. Channel 9, channel X. There we go. So drive nothing, output all the way up. Channel 9. Channel X. That is a audible difference. Let us now set it to, like, I don't know, the Neve. So full crank is at literally 0. There's a pop, don't mind that. Negative 0.9. Negative 0.91. So it actually became a tiny, tiny bit louder. Oh, Johnny, you wrote something and I didn't see what it was. I'm sorry. I know that you were withdrawing it when you're retracting the messages and all, but I would still like to see them. Oh, a DP meter 5? Okay, fair enough. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I know that going for an LUFS of minus 19 isn't as much headroom as you think it is. But beyond that, I don't know what to tell you. One thing about this, it is sounding more like it's going through a console because we're getting some of that even harmonic stuff, even though it's at a very, very low frequency, as it is meant to be. And we're even pulling enough of the, like, that seems to be a boost. I don't know why that is. Okay, so TAC, that's about 2.6 dB down. Channel X. Let's hear it on audio. In particular, let's hear it on audio that is known to be real bassy. This is audio that is known to be real bassy. Channel 9. And we'll go to full drive, seeing as this is not as loud as the full-scale sine wave. This is the TX setting. That might be doing something helpful. It certainly isn't wildly broken. That at least I'm grateful for. So here's Neve at full drive. That's kind of less focused. That's kind of more focused. Okay, so this is not completely shabby. I'm feeling like this is giving me at least something. Let's do a synth track. Alien Kittens, 96K. Let's do it on the Mackie. And let's do it at exactly 100%. That is the spiral algorithm. So it's not quite as heavy as the other one. Dry. Oh, and we can get away with turning this up again. Channel 9. We're peaking at about 1.4, negative 1.4. Okay, I think it's kind of focusing a little better. I like where the kick drum is sitting better. It feels like this is more of a vague rounded bass shape. have more of a clear sense of where that kick is and what it is doing. Yeah, Johnny says that anything that I have in the realm of clipping is eating his mix-up. I don't understand why or what's happening there. Unfiltered. Channel 9. X. Neve. API. SSL. TAC. Oh, kicks dropped. I am happy with that. I feel like Channel X has come into focus and that what I've done with it seems to be working. A little weird that it's adding extra gain, but then at the same time, that's the reason that's happening is because we are adding second harmonic. I'm pretty happy with where that's gone. It will do. I may have it ready for this weekend. It's a bunch of things that I must do. Let's open this back up again. So here's my very basic thing. If I then apply channel X set to Neve, the rather indistinct bass might reshape itself. I could hear that as being that kind of thing. It'll do. It'll do. I would want to know what the peak numbers were on your stock limiter and what its ceiling was. Bearing in mind AD clip 9, that's complicated. The way that I'll open it. We got 15 minutes left, and we're not doing anything further on Channel X today. Next thing I have to do there is port it to VST along with the rest of these, including DRes5, which is ready to go. Orbit Hat, not even slightly ready. That can be next week. I'll do more of that like next week. But a bunch of this stuff has stepped forward and is ready to go out. And I don't know why I have so many of these damn windows open. But yeah, with that change, I can do Channel X. It's ready to come out. And oh, quick question. VST or audio unit? Meanwhile, I'm confused and know what I'm doing. Here we go. It was right up at the top of the screen. I'm going to show you the code on AD-Clip9. I still asked you, is it audio unit or VST? I'm going to show you VST, but I can also open up audio unit. We can go through these things. Here's our controls. We've got like 18 stages of something going on and 34 stages of something else. AD-Clip9 is not a small plugin. This is the plugin which is designed to, honestly, I don't understand why you're using this if you're trying to have any headroom. This is really designed for people who are trying to get 28 dB of additional gain out of it. It's kind of what that's for. So it might be catching me out that way. Boost, match, noise, ceiling, and mode. You get 18 dB of boost. In theory, 0 dB of boost shouldn't be adding anything, but we're going to see what it does. Here's all our code. Not as big as it looks like. So input gain POW 10 A times 18 divided by 20. This should give me a gain factor where if A is set to 0, it's unity gain. Matches the same formula. Noise level, that's getting a little more complicated. It's not about being annoying. It's about I follow up on my stuff. And yeah. And I want to see what's going on. So switch mode. Input gain, match, or input gain. Mode probably matters, but like if you have it on clip only, it's supposed to be silent unless you're getting clips, but it wouldn't be that because you'd immediately notice that something like that was going wrong. Overshoot, last dry, and then here we have clip only 3. So what is happening in this AD clip here? I guess what's going on here is that this is going out of curiosity. Understand, you're allowed to like earlier instances of AD clip or clip only better. Just because I have one that is a later number doesn't mean it's right for you. AD-Clip9 is the most recent incarnation of clip-only applied as an AD-Clip. I misremembered. I thought that it had the many, many stages of boost. It does not. It does not. Instead, it is stripped down to essentially what clip-only is doing, and that is basically the same as we saw before. We've got a noise factor in there. We've got a latency built in, which is for handling high sample rates, which you may or may not be at. I'm not sure if I would call the limiter purest limiter. Let me tell you what I could conceivably do. But that's not to say that it'll work for everybody. I've been thinking about taking, like, looky here. Here's all there was of this, right? All there is gain stage or a clip factor or whatever, and it's all literally just only clip only 3 with additional bells and whistles around it. You might be wanting to do 80 clip 8. You might be wanting to do 80 clip 7. I don't know. I can only do the best I can with what I got. So 1.0 minus noise level. The thing that I'm not seeing here I bet I know what's happening. So, Johnny Muscles, you might be tripping over an interaction between the way that the new clip only brings its little noise thing in and noise level and ceiling. The way it's set up, if noise level is less than ceiling, it's going to kick in. I got 10 minutes. Let's go and have a look. Let's open up 80 clip 9 specifically because the thing about 80 clip 9 that is special and is not present in the most recent clip only is you get to mess with these controls much harder. Maybe you've got it set in such a way that it just does that. Let's find out. I don't need Xcode. I need Twisted Wave. And we're going to open, come on, give me a break, you. We're going to open, like, I know Alien Kitten clip, right? That's up to the max. So, this is low frequency information. We're going to open up Airwindows. I guess it's going to be audio unit. I never heard that it was audio unit or VST that you used. And we're going to open up not earlier, but the most recent 80 clip. Look at what we've got here. I will even set it to default. Here's default. Note what's happening when I do bypass. Bypass peak is 0.27. Kick it in, no extra boost. All of a sudden the peak is at 0.77. I'm going to set ceiling all the way to 1, which is about the same. Look at what's happening. It's still saying 0.77. This might be what's catching you. Watch this. Are you doing this? It'll be the same in VST or AU. Are you doing this? Or by contrast, are you doing this? Oh, by the way, if you have set noise to 0, that is not the correct answer. If you set noise to 0, you get this. Don't do that. So yeah, Johnny Muscles, are you doing this? Are you doing this? Look at what's happening. what's happening. Are you doing this? Yep. Look at what's happening to the maximum peaks. Now, when I lower it this far, you can hear it's going crazy. When I crank it up all the way, it's not actually touching the peaks anymore. But look at this. Look at where those peaks are now. They're close to 3 dB down from max. Just as if you had lowered ceiling lots. Although maybe not quite that much. And of course you can lower ceiling this far. This is the thing AD Clip 9 does that Clip Only 4 does not do. And this might be what caught you out. So I guess what I could say is maybe we have all confirmed together that you're entirely correct that something's happening. But this might be what's happening. And it gives you some options. One is make sure noise is not significantly lower than ceiling, even if you like the way it sounds. Okay, so watch this. Here's AD Clip 9. I could do the VST, it would act exactly the same. We got boost, we got match. Match is not relevant. Mode is boost. Noise is all the way up. Ceiling is all the way up. What we've been asking is, what are you doing with noise? Because watch what happens when I do this. We've got, you know what? I can even normalize this. Normalize to 0. There's not going to be a very big difference there. Actually, it ended up being exactly the same. It is minus 0.24. So here's what might be catching you, Johnny. Watch this. Once noise is lower enough, it is kicking in an extra ceiling, even though ceiling is not doing a damn thing. This might be it. This might be it. And if we set it to presets, it's still taking a little bit off. But if it turned out that you had set noise differently, ceiling is normally what you would do to not have the ceiling of the thing go crazy. Watch what happens when you set noise down this far. Let's see how much I can make it go. Look at what the numbers on the peaks are saying now. Its new peak amount is like minus 2.6. I just lost 2 dB of peaks because AD Clip is functioning and is doing something. If I bypass it, back again immediately. So maybe you just don't like the noise thing that the guy did. The guy that does the buzz cut erosion clipper, whose ideas I pursued and put into AD Clip, maybe this is not the one for you. Because what it's designed to do is transition between clipping and sort of the maximum peak in such a way that you can drive it really, 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 really hard. Or, alternately, here we have it eating a bunch of peaks, but the ceiling is actually still quite high. Now we can boost. is noise all the way off or is noise all the way cranked? Because all the way off is this. We can peak out at 0 dB this way with 6 dB of additional gain. But look at how much we can step on it just with that. So, yeah. So it's 5, like, oh, it's asking me whether I want to save the changes, which I do not. I do not. Yeah, so that's where things stand. The most recent version of AD Clip is not quite as complicated as I had thought. But, and honestly, you are completely free to use Clipper as an individual tracks if you want to. I like having people taking all different kinds of techniques. My concern is simply that maybe you're taking techniques that don't sit with that particular breed of plugin. It's possible even that there's more development that I can do on those. I don't know. Remains to be seen. One of the things that I could do is try to incorporate the stuff that I'm including in clippers and transfer functions these days. I don't know. But what I can tell you is it's possible that noise behavior is not working with what you're doing. And I don't know if you can fully set, I tried my best to make it so that if you set the noise parameter to all the way off, that's what you got. I don't know why it would be refusing to let peaks go above a certain amount. I do know that padding it isn't necessarily going to help very much. But it could very easily be that the way that interacts with stuff, I would have to hear your track or see what was going on with it to diagnose what's actually happening. That plugin is designed to do very much different kinds of things, and I don't honestly have good information on how hot your peaks are. And however hot they are, it's completely fine. Everybody's sounds are a little bit different. That's what's good about stuff. So I am just as curious as you are as to what's actually going on there, but I don't think I'm going to be able to answer it. And again, if whatever is happening is interacting in a certain way and turning the ceiling and also the noise all the way up to 1 shouldn't be having it do anything. But the whole point, this ain't a safety clipper, man. This ain't a safety clipper. If you're not hitting max clipping, then you shouldn't even be trying to use it. It's for slamming well beyond 1. If you're trying to have stuff that is clean at an LUFS of substantially quieter, I'm not sure those things are really correct for you at all. I'm not sure whether you're using a limiter as a safety limiter or anything along those lines. The original AD clip is very possibly your best match for that stuff. I don't know what to tell you. Other than it's fine if that one doesn't work for you. It's kind of specialized. It's a response to Buzzcut the erosion clipper because a guy invented a weird thing with noise and I went, oh, hey, that's neat. And you say that this is for the people who try to make stuff unbearably impossibly loud? Cool, I'll play in those waters again. Yep, I don't know what to tell you, Johnny. I don't know what to tell you. You could bypass it. That would definitely stop it doing anything. Beyond that, I don't know what to tell you about setting the ceiling to 1 and the noise all the way off is supposed to make it entirely vanish. I'm not sure that's necessarily true. Clip-only, we're not quite done. Back to Coding Stream. Let me show you something that should work for you. Original clip-only. Have a look at this. This has a ref clip, 0.954. It's minus negative 0.2 dB. And we're strictly checking whether something is beyond that clip or not. If not, we never touch the sample at all. Also, there's one sample of latency built into these guys. And let's demonstrate what that does. And that'll be done for the day. I've not gone too far beyond today. And here we have our loud track. And again, original clip only. It is actually doing something. There's no adjustment to be had. There are no controls for it. If you engage it, it changes the clip point to about negative 0.4, as you see there. It's not touching anything else. I'm turning it on and off. There's no observable difference. That's because, on the whole, it's not touching anything. That's probably what you should be using if you're looking for an Airwindows safety clipper. Mind you, it's not going to clip at hard zero. It's clipping at, in this case, minus 0.4. But that's the one that really is not going to touch anything unless it has to. So give that a try. Don't necessarily go for like most recent number. They change and evolve and start serving different purposes. Here's the one you should try. I would be surprised if clip only original does anything weird to you in any way. That should actually go. Oh, well, Jonathan, I thought it was you that was excited for Channel X. Having just demonstrated it, that could be a jam. We could do Channel X this coming weekend. It would be kind of exciting. It's using the same technology that went into Retrobase so that I can do that quick follow-up with like, hey, if you liked Retrobase, check this out. And in the brief window that I was listening to it, I thought that it did do a pretty good job of taking the slight bass conditioning that these, I don't know if you'd call them models, they're kind of like models. Taking the slight bass conditioning that those do and building it into the Retrobase world where it's reshaping, softening, warming them just the tiniest bit. It's just at that extremely low frequency, which is what Retrobase often goes way beyond, because it's designed to do the thing that it does with enormous amounts of bass roll-off. And Channel is not. Channel is designed to barely touch the subsonics, but it's reshaping them. And from what I heard, I got a nice little quality of decent subs in which the character of them changed as I changed the setting. And honestly, I couldn't ask for much more. So that's probably what's going to happen. And yeah, with that, I have no more for today. I have gone as far as I can today. It's been a full 6-hour stream, so there's that. I'm looking forward to doing a little bit more with Orbit Hat. And I need to put in a trigger thing. And I'm going to be going through and doing more of these in the full VST form. So that's going to be probably, I'll put a lot of time into that tomorrow. And thankfully, it's not quite as many as I had the last time around. And I'll be porting them all to VST because I have begun porting none of them to VST, so I have to go through and do all of them. Fair number of them involve a certain amount of fussing around and coding, but it's fairly straightforward stuff, and not all of these are large and complicated plugins. Channel X is a little bit complicated, but I can start with, like with Channel X, I can start with the VST version of Channel 9 and go from that. That'll be a little bit helpful. And then I can use the VST version of Retrobase, and that'll help me a little bit in porting that along. It shouldn't be too hard. I bet I can get this done by this weekend. It'll be another long day of work tomorrow, but that's just how this rolls. The other ones, no. I will see. But yeah, I'll have something for the weekend. And then I'll be back next week, and maybe what we can do, maybe I will have built my little piezo thing, where that's what I'd like to try experimenting with now, is the little aluminum box that has the piezo pickup in it, so you can tap on it and produce a sound that you can turn into other sounds. And that can trigger Orbit Kick, or indeed maybe I'll do other kicks as well. Orbit Kick might be only the beginning. Maybe I can do more of those. But then on top of that, Orbit Hat is coming into focus. And that's what I'd like to do, is make it possible for people with only like a laptop and an input and like a little piezo daily bop that they can like put on some kind of tray and rhythmically tap, because they can't play drums or guitar amps or any of those things, and still want to make music in very diminished circumstances. That's what I'd like to support. That's what I'm doing my level best to support. So I'm kind of excited for the prospect of Orbit Hat and anything else along those lines, because it's a step towards people being able to, I don't know, make human-based music, even if they don't have like a studio or the ability to book studio time and all that, or instruments, loud noisemakers. You should be able to do something which has that human organic quality to it and be able to run, like if you were using Orbit Kick and Orbit Hat to go along with like having played a synthesizer or whatever over a keyboard. I know a guy who has a lot of trouble because he's living with his elderly parents and is trying to play on like these little, Arturia key step kind of thingies, and gets complaints like, you're clacking, the plastic keys are clacking and they're annoying. And it's like, man, imagine, that's horrible having to put up with stuff like that. And yet there you go. People do. And whatever I can do to support the ability of people like that to do stuff that is actually has organic motion, you should be able to just like track something in using SoftClock, because I've got SoftClock, and then listen back to SoftClock as your time reference and tap along with that and find a human groove that is not simply programmed. And I do hope to try experimenting with this some. I'd like to see whether I can experiment with that and get something out of it. But one of the things that I'd like to do there is build the balanced output piezo thing, Because having thought of like, oh, we'll glue them back to back, and then you have a plus and a minus output, you hook those up and you're good to go. And that would be very exciting if it was true. But yeah, like Gren's like you say, go eat. I'm going to go and make my tacos and stuff. I believe I have prepared everything properly, so I'm not going to have any nasty surprises like, oh, I forgot to defrost the hamburger. Oh, well, I think I remember to do that this time. And I'll talk to you folks later. Most likely we're getting Channel X this weekend. I feel like that is a good goal to set for myself. And we'll get back to the coding again next week. Perhaps with a deeper dive into Orbit Hat and experimenting with some of this stuff a little bit more. Oh, and happy thought. I think I've got Console X3 finished in full GUI form and built sort of the final build for it today. So you watch that at the very beginning of stream. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.